What is up, bitches? Welcome to TPK Roleplay. It's me, your GM for the first time ever, Sir Heckelot, Um, Welcome to a very hype stream of Dungeon Bitches. It is a game that is on Kickstarter now, but we actually have to go through an entire page of announcements first before we really get into the gameplay here. So, first of all, everybody, this is an 18 plus stream. We're going to be entirely transparent about that. So, there will be very adult and explicit themes such as nudity, sex, gore, sexism, homophobia, all that kind of stuff. So, just be aware and take care of yourself. If you and the audience are having a hard time dealing with this, just feel free to step away, take some deep breaths, and hopefully come back and join us later on. This game, like I said, is supporting the Dungeon Bitches Kickstarter. You can use the command exclamation point bitches to get a link for that, and I bet it's going to appear in chat pretty soon if it has not already. There it is. Thank you. Um, and all donations going towards this stream is going to be going towards backing that and getting more copies. So, speaking of donations, this will go very similarly to other TPK games. So, $5 will be a beneficial thing to happen to the party, $10 will be a detrimental thing at my discretion to happen to these lovely bitches, and $20 if you're feeling super jazzy will be a random encounter that I will roll from the back of the book. Uh, in terms of channel points, as all of you have so gratefully used up already, are still active. This is a roll over game, so plus twos are helpful and minus twos are not helpful. So take from that what you will, those of you that have already used all of the channel point routines for now. We are using a PDF preview version of the game that was so graciously given to us by the game creators that I've already seen in chat. Thank you so much for doing that. This and reaching out to us. It has been such a dream to prepare this and bond over this as a group. And I think I speak on the behalf of everybody here when I say that. But without further ado, let's go in overlay order, introducing ourselves. Let's do who you are, who you're playing. Tell us a little bit about your character, and then lastly, what's your fucking deal? I think that let's go with Meg first.
Okay, I was gonna ask that for clarifications. Like, what's overlay order here? Are we going clockwise or counterclockwise? But hi, everybody. I am Meg Mysteria. You guys have seen me around. You saw me yesterday if you came and hung out with the Destroyer Worlds game. But here we are tonight with Dungeon Bitches. And I am going to be playing Frey. She is a banshee. Um, very much very pale. This girl looks like walking death, and she has a large scar across her forehead. Probably seen a little bit of her around the village, but very reclusive. She's not much of a people person. So.
Hi, I am Sarah X Franco, and I am playing Cleothusa, the Beast. And she gets a little bit of everywhere, making friends as you come and go, some closer friends than others, but it's fine. There was this guy, he's kind of hanging around, and I got bored, so I left. Now I'm doing the dungeon thing, and well, seems to be working out all right.
Me? Hi, I'm Lucalock, and I am playing Hecuba, the witch. She's got kind of wild hair and hangs out in these dungeons. She's got little bits of twig all woven in of her wild mess of a hair that she wears down, just covering her tits. She doesn't wear a shirt. She's just kind of that type of person. And she is very, very connected to the magics of the world.
Hey, and that's me. So I'm Chrissy, and I am playing Mikkel, and she's trying to wrangle in some of her humanity. She's been losing it a little bit lately, and her most identifiable feature would probably be right in the chest, from a kind of like an attack. She has a kind of fused into her chest glass, um, kind of like viewfinder, and you can see the inside workings of her heart, and it's just kind of like dark, and it's not doing so good. But yeah, so what's her fucking deal? She's, a prophet of the wounded daughter. She's here to make sure everybody understands that, we can all change. That's what she's trying to do.
And I'm Nifernith. I'm going to be playing Elsbeth. She is the lantern girl. Her eyes are glowing and she has a halo, which kind of stands out in this dark dungeon setting that we're in. She's quiet and timid most of the time, but she has a lot of intuition and sixth sense that she tries to learn from often. Yep.
Alrighty. And once again, I am your game mistress for tonight, Sir Heckalot, And if there are no other announcements, I guess it is time to dive into our story tonight. So, we start our story in the small village of Cumdivock, lovingly known by its inhabitants as Cumdivock. We're starting out strong, guys. Well, village may be generous. It is a rather ramshackle collection of makeshift buildings that neighbors the more dangerous, entirely uninhabitable parts of the dungeon. There is no sunlight here, as a luxury only those of the metaphorical and literal upper crust enjoy. Countless lean-tos dot the alleyways between stacked hovels made from scraps found throughout the precarious dungeon hallways. One of those happens to be however, the more permanent establishments are carved directly into the cave walls. One of those happens to be a tavern named the Spread Eagle that each of you are heading to from your various directions. You all know each other from around Cumdivock. It's a small town. You've possibly gone on dungeon delves, done jobs together, or any of the innuendos either of those tasks suggest. You're starting to build a reputation as capable bitches in this village, and are getting all of the tea. If true, some local gossip of a treasure that could change everything about how the surface treats bitches may definitely solidify your place in bitch society here. Mikkel, in particular, knows the barkeep rather well. Her name is Liza, and knows that she would probably have more details about this treasure, this Belle of sorts, that everyone is buzzing about, and how to find it deep within the dungeon. So, as you are going to the tavern, what are you all doing?
So I'll kick off. So, Mikkel would likely probably be close to the tavern. She doesn't probably go too far from there. She is right now attempting kind of to walk a little bit more in the shadows, be a little bit less conspicuous, and she's really probably trying to find a spot where she can do some of her kind of like, I don't know what the right term is, but she needs to shed her skin basically so that people don't recognize her.
Oh,
so
okay.
she's just like on the hunt to try to find a spot to do that.
Okay, that sounds like if you are trying to duck into an alleyway or something, that sounds like you might want to escape notice. try to get out of there. So how about you roll me a subtle roll then?
Okay. So it's an 8 total on the dice.
Okay, so that is a success, I believe. Where is it?
I think 7 to 9 is a success, right?
Yes, it is. Just found it. So yeah, still rolling through all of these. So yeah, it looks like you can duck into this alleyway and do what you need to do with that move real quick. So you're trying to shed skin, the trait.
Yeah, so I'm gonna use one of my character traits. I'm gonna like kind of slough my skin off. So it's like you can see with her fingernails, she's kind of just carving into her arms and like kind of around her chest and in her back. And you're just kind of seeing her skin slide off of her, and she's just kind of like peeling it off as if something disgusting had just happened to her, and she's just trying to get it off of her as quickly as fucking possible. So that's what she's trying to do.
Alrighty.
You also have some choices below your slough off skin that you get to pick from.
Yeah.
Like effects you want to happen.
Yep. So yeah, when my skin returns, I just look different than I originally did. The only same identifying factor is probably the open chest with the glass inside of it. But yeah.
All right. As she is doing that, is anyone doing anything else?
Cleo's just she'll be stretching, relaxing a bit in the corner, just enjoying herself and watching all the people. Oh, they are so boring.
Hecuba would like to kind of slink into the tavern, and noticing Cleo, she would kind of just take a seat right next to her.
Oh, you are not boring.
Hi, Cleo.
I remember you. I've seen you around. Hecuba, right?
Yes.
It's wonderful
There's
to...
a treasure.
Well, yes, and you found
you
it, darling.
heard?
Do we want the room now or later?
Now, of course.
Brilliant. And she'll snap her fingers for like the tavern keep.
Yeah, I'm
It's,
looking
like,
around.
glowing. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. So as you snap your fingers, a rather burly woman with long blonde hair that frames her already well-defined jawline kind of looks over to you. She dusts off her apron and gives you a pretty warm smile that contrast. That's the word I'm looking for. Contrast the cold stone exterior. Um, she walks up to you and just says, "What would you need?"
Oh, yes, we'll
A
just be need
room.
a
Oh.
room. How long do you think we'll need, Hecuba?
How long do you want?
For as long as we need, and make sure we're not bothered. And Cleo will slam some money on the counter and like push it to the side as she gets up and leans over the table towards Hecuba. I hope you know that I do bite.
I remember.
Okay. The barkeep, Liza, at this point, just gives you or tosses you the key, and you guys go on and have some fun.
Hell yeah, we do. Luca, do we
Yeah,
want to break down our moves?
We're starting
Um,
early.
I will look at Cleon. Do you mind if I do some magic?
Oh, I surely hope that you will. It'd be so
Okay.
interesting.
Okay. And she's going to reach into a pouch that she has at her waist, and she's going to pull out some sort of ointment type of deal that smells like lavender. And she's going to just start tracing all of your parts, putting this lavender ointment on your body in beautiful designs, kissing as she goes, performing her ritual magic.
As that's happening, Cleo's body is just like slightly shifting. Her joints like are kind of popping and snapping, but she's just super into it and is continually communicating to you. Then like, yes, oh, that's so nice. And then slowly, as your ritual comes to an end, she just turns around and her eyes are glowing, just this like deep dark purple, and she just takes you like full blown. The second you're done, she turns and looks at you and just overwhelms your body, and with erotic shape-shifting magics.
Excellent. I would like to think that everything in the room kind of starts to lift up and just levitate in the air. And we're making quite a racket that I'm sure is just echoing throughout the tavern.
Correct. As a part of this, though, Luca, for my sex move, when I fuck somebody, I get a characteristic of my partner. So I get plus 1 bonus to one of my stats, whichever is your highest, which is... What's your highest stat?
My highest stat, what was it? Queer?
We said queer,
Yep,
yeah.
queer.
Oh, thank God, that levels me out to 0 for a moment. Oh, yeah. And then, let's see. I take on a physical feature of your partner. I think you have a very defined scar. As we're wrapping up, and you realize that Cleo also has that same scar running down her cheek, and she'll just whisper in your ear. She's kind of helping put your, get your hair right, and just something to remember you by.
So when I fuck, I get a little sympathetic token. And I would like DM or game mistress, I guess we're not playing D&D. If this is all right, I would like to lean down and just gently kiss where her scar is. And I would like to keep as a sympathetic token the memory of the taste of her. If
Sure
that's
thing.
possible.
As long as Cleo Souza is fine with that too. Doubts?
Oh, we are going
Okay.
to have fun. But you were
We
saying
already
something about
did.
the treasure.
Something about a bell.
We should probably go find out more. There is someone who I think might be showing up soon who could help us. Should we really intend to find it?
Yeah, we can go downstairs, I guess.
I guess.
Okay.
And Cleo will head back downstairs. And again, as she goes, she's just popping her joints continually as she moves down the stairs.
All right, so you guys go back to the main tavern room that is really just a alcove carved into the cave wall. Inside are a couple of stone slabs that are functioning as tables with a couple slipshod chairs around them. The bar and shelves behind it are also just entirely cut from the stone, and it seems to be standing space only because standing right next to it, stein in hand, mid-drink, as you two walk out of the room, is a familiar face to you, Cleo. Broken Jones. Simply just taking a drink, sees the two of you leave, and just sets it down, gives you a wink. Doesn't say anything, though. Goes back to what he was doing. There is a rather peculiar performance group consisting of two men with violins and a man on drums playing music on a small stage. Drunk nearby is clanging his tankard on the table and just singing nonsense. But yeah, are the rest of you entering the tavern yet?
When Cleo sees Brogan, she'll turn it. That guy's a fucking douchebag.
He looks it.
Literally dumber than the dirt we walk on.
It's not a surprise.
So,
Mikkel will definitely be walking in after she's kind of like shed, and she's like wearing a whole different outfit, and she'll just walk right in and see Hecuba probably and walk right over to her.
Okay.
With your shedded skin, are you still recognizable to me?
You would notice probably my chest because you've seen it.
Okay. Mikkel, you are here. You just missed it. Cleo, this is Mikkel.
And I will reach out to grab Cleo's hand and just kiss it gently.
So polite. It's nice to meet you, Mikkel.
Pleasure
Perhaps
to meet
later
you.
we can, I don't know, meet in a more intimate way. I like your... Seem like you wear your heart on your sleeve a little there.
And she will kind of like wink and do like a little like, I think I'd like that. And she'll turn to Hecuba and say, do you want your usual from the bar? I'll buy. And you, Cleo?
Of course.
I'll have whatever she's having.
And I'll head over to the bar to get a couple drinks.
Alrighty. Liza also greets you with that warm smile and kind of brandishes the visage of the wounded mother she has embedded into her left shoulder. Just says, Mikkel, friend, it's very nice to see you again. What can I get for you?
Oh, wonderful. Just my usual and Hecuba's usual, and let's just double it tonight. I have a feeling it's going to be a fun night.
Really? What seems to be the occasion? I know we talked earlier, but...
You know, I just get a really good feeling sometimes, and I have that feeling right now, and I haven't felt that way in a while. And she's just gonna kind of be like very wispy right now because she's feeling like very new.
Okay. Yeah, she's gonna grunt again. Sounds marvelous, and goes to fix the drinks.
Els at this point kind of tries to be subtle about just slipping into the bar, but she has a halo and her eyes are glowing, so that's probably not working very well. But she knows Cleo and just kind of nervously is just playing with her hair, and sees Cleo across the room and just like makes her way over and is like,
Ah, yes,
Hi.
this is the one I was telling you about. Who could help? Hello, Els. It's been some
Hi.
time. How was your last dungeon delve?
I mean, I'm still here, so I guess that's good. And right, everyone made it out, so we're fine.
That's fortunate. It seems my new friend here, this is Hecuba.
Hey.
I love this.
Oh, thanks. I didn't really do it myself. I guess I kind of did it myself. It happens.
It's a good look.
Thank you. You have a good look too. Your eyes are beautiful.
Thank you.
And Frey, what are you doing?
So Frey is the last one. Well, given the moments that we've had, is the last one to step into the bar. She seems. You see her step in. She's got the long, flowing kind of dress, but also a hood that she steps in and pulls a little bit lower around her face and stops in the doorway, almost appears to be second guessing whether she should be there or not. But she does end up stepping in and looking around and seeing if she spots anybody that she recognized, which I think at this point, well, we've seen each other around the village, so
Yeah, just about everybody.
everybody, hi.
Yeah, basically. And as you step in, uh, there is a notable pause in the crowd. There's just a brief silence as everyone seems to stare for a second. Could be imagined, might not be. But Frey, as you walk in, you see in the corner of corner table of the bar a group of men with otherwise stoic expressions just glaring daggers at you. You would recognize these people as men that probably knew your father.
That's unfortunate. um, well, see
Not doing
them
anything.
does
They're
not.
just
You can stare. That's fine. Just glances over them, puts her head down, pulls that hood down a little bit lower, and probably Cleo is the one that she would end up recognizing the most, having most interaction with her, and makes her way over to that table.
And look what it is. It's also Frey. Welcome, sister.
Cleo, you have so many
Hello,
friends.
then.
Yes.
May I sit with you?
Of course you may. All are welcome here. Do we need to do introductions? I'm quite tired. Perhaps you could manage yourselves.
I am Hecuba.
Els?
Are you guys trying to get some flirt rolls here? Are you? Is that a flirt roll?
Always.
Always flirt rolls.
All right.
You're gonna be better off asking when we're not flirting, I think.
That's honestly
mean-
fair. Yeah, you know,
From the
if you
jump.
so choose, you could do a group flirt roll there if you wanted to.
Okay. So are we all rolling flirty rolls or what?
Just the two of you interacting there, Hecuba
Okay,
and
good.
Cleo.
What am I adding?
This
I got
would
a
be your
6.
queer stat.
Sweet. So what is that, +2 for me?
+2, yes.
Yeah.
Which is a good thing. Oof, that could have been rough. Yeah, so that would be a success. So you can choose out of the two options here. They offer you something they think you want, or you get a bond on each other.
I'd love to get a bond. Just flirting, meeting new ladies, I think would be really exciting. And yeah, let's get a bond.
Alrighty.
So you're getting a bond on
I need
everybody?
to
Is
mark
that what
the-
that-
yeah.
No, just a bond on
No.
the person that you're flirting with.
Frey, well, on each other, right? So Frey and I have a bond on each other.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I gotta
She
write down.
looks you over and you see
Oh, I misread
little
that.
bit-
Okay. I'm also reading chat. Thank you for the clarification.
Flirted
The
with
flirted
gets to
with
choose.
gets to choose the options. Okay.
Oh, okay. Then Frey.
Cool deal. So, introduce herself, and she looks at you, and a little bit of a almost normal, actually, flush to that white skin comes across her cheeks, and she says, "I am Frey. It's a pleasure to meet you."
It's a pleasure to meet you. What options does she choose?
So
Flirt.
Frey either offers something that they think you want, or you each get a bond on each other.
Oh, okay. So they. Okay, so
So
I
yeah, so
understand.
So
Frey
I
chooses.
get
yeah.
to choose
Yeah.
which one. Okay. Let's go with a bond at the moment.
All right. Bonds can be very important in this game. It's kind of the lifeblood, so definitely keep track of your bonds there.
Okay.
So Mikkel will walk over and set down 6 little shot glasses of whatever the hardest liquor in this town is. and kind of like look up and see all these new people and say, hi, we've got, I'm glad I've brought enough booze, and start just kind of handing out shot glasses. And if you don't take one, she just kind of shifts it back over to the next person, moves along.
I'm sorry, I don't drink.
That's great, that's fine. And she'll just move it along to herself, probably.
Else takes 2.
It's fine, yeah.
And scooches further away from Frey.
So
Not without notice.
we've all heard of this treasure, I'm assuming. It's so rare to see this many on the surface at one time.
You're talking about the Belle, right?
I believe so. Give us leverage. And she looks across the tavern at where Brogan is undoubtedly being just the worst.
Yeah, still leering occasionally.
She flips him the bird.
Oh, that was immediately my instinct. I just like held both hands up. I got business.
Who do we... Game mistress, who was it we were supposed to talk to again that had more information on the Belle? Would you remind me?
You would know that Liza, the barkeep that
Okay.
you guys just talked to, would be your contact here.
But do I know Mikkel is like friendly with her?
If you guys have talked and you saw their interaction at the bar, so I would say that's fair, yeah.
Mikkel, you know Liza. Do you think you could find out more about this Belle treasure?
Yeah, I can definitely try. And she will down her 2 shots and head back over to the bar.
I'll just kind of lazily get up and wander over with her.
All right. So you two head over, and Liza turns to you again. Back so soon, the two of you. What can I do you this time?
I would like another shot.
All
Do you
right,
want one,
pouring another
Mikkel?
shot, absentmindedly kind of dusting
Two,
off the
please.
bar.
Thank you.
Yeah. Gotcha.
We had some questions. We heard there's a Belle treasure. We were wondering who was going for it.
Oh, you're talking about what's being spread around this town like wildfire. Yeah, so apparently there's some type of bell that got buried in the dungeon not too long ago that can apparently dispel magical afflictions, provide clarity, whatever the fuck that means. But no could use clarity. Any of those numbskulls up there getting brainwashed by whatever standards they're trying to push at this point. Could include moments of clarity to block out that noise, but who the fuck knows? If it really isn't all that, probably sell it for someone to someone that thinks it is all that, I guess. Yeah, not too long ago, maybe about 3 days ago, some rich person got buried down here, and apparently that got buried with it.
When you say rich person, do you mean what I think you mean? And having known her background with the Selfridge family, does she like kind of like...
Are you trying to get a read like an actual like vibe check?
Yes, thank you for
Okay,
words.
yeah, it's an actual vibe check. Yeah, you can attempt to get a read if that is what you're trying to do.
What would that be considered? Like a clear
So that
roll,
is a subtle move actually.
Oh.
If you would so like to do that.
So it was a 6 with my +1.
Ooh, okay. Do you have any +2s?
No, actually, that would be a 4 because I forgot to
Okay,
use my
well.
initial minus. Tony.
Tony, how dare you? Look what you did. Look what you did,
Tony.
Tony. No, yeah, Liza will just kind of look back at you and say, I don't fucking know. It's some rich person. And yeah, on a fail, that's considered a fail. Not really seeming to buy um, what you're trying to convince them to talk about. So Liza actually will get a bond on you for that. But
Right.
but yeah.
Okay.
Do you know many rich people, Mikkel?
And she will literally respond like that, like just kind of exasperated. She will down her shot and she will say, in a very different life, I very much knew a lot of the rich people around here.
The before life. Okay.
Yes.
Well, maybe it's their Belle, and we can make some money off of them.
I'm more than happy to make their lives miserable.
I support this. Let's do it.
And I'll walk back over towards the table. Does she
Yeah,
tell us
I'll
where to
do my-
find it, or should we ask directly?
You can, yeah, if you ask her, you know, she's still like, she's fixing drinks and takes a shot herself at some point. And she definitely turns more to you on this, Mikkel, because she'll say, the wounded mother and I talk a lot. You know, since we talk a lot, you probably talk to her. She at least whispers to you. She told me it requires 4 things to access that tomb and activate this bell of some sort. They're rather odd. It requires the comb of a monarch, a cube of blue rune, and 2 crooked wands.
I will turn to Hecuba and
It's like
look very
some
confused.
scavenger hunt that we have to do for this.
Yeah, it's rich people bullshit. It's basically a key to get into this place.
Some
It's
puzzle
dumb.
to
Like,
enter the tomb.
we just
Gotta be
yeah, we
buried
just
with your
bury
riches.
people. Yeah,
Yeah,
all this.
no, it kind of makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
It was 2 crooked wands and what else, Liza?
2 crooked wands, the comb of a monarch, and a cube of blue rune.
Cube of blue what?
Blue rune. And
Blue
you all would
rune?
know this, actually, considering like you're around. Blue rune is something that's actually used for bitches that are transitioning. It is a little cube that's like a little sugar cube, basically, and has a blue E stamped into it.
Fuck yeah. Okay. As somebody who regularly switches roles in her life, and sometimes that it will include gender and all of the above, would I be privy to where we could find said room?
Yeah, actually, both of you would. You would know, just because of someone that changes forms a lot. And Hecuba, you would actually know because you know someone that makes this a lot, actually. Your contact, Marna, the hag and the Peets of this dungeon, has been known to procure this kind of thing. So,
Okay, well, Mikhail, I know where to get one of these things, but I have no idea where to get a comb of a monarch. Do you know any monarchs? All your rich people?
She will just kind of like look exasperated at the idea of like interacting or acknowledging that aspect of her life. And she will jokingly kind of like laugh and she'll say, no combs, but I mean, I have a few crooked wands myself back at home. And just kind of like wink.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if
Is that
that's
a
what
flirt roll, or
that was for sure a flirt
all
roll.
right, roll me a flirt.
For sure.
Yes, I love this.
And that was a 9 total.
That was a 9. Okay, so that is a success then. So Hecuba, you were flirting. with
I'm
Hecuba,
going to
correct?
offer her something I think she wants, and that is.
And there was a clarification in chat. You can actually
okay.
pick one or both. So you could do taking something or getting something that they think you want, and getting a bond on each other.
All right, yeah, let's do both then. Let's get a bond on each other. And then I'm also going to offer you something I think you want, which is, well, maybe we could go to your place later and you could show me how to use those.
Oh, absolutely. And she will
Yes.
just gently on like the back of her neck kind of like do a little bit of like a guiding her towards the table. Just like a little bit of aggression, but not a lot.
Okay.
Yeah. In terms of a monarch, if you don't want to deal with any of those bastards up there, there are, technical monarchs down here. Colette, for example, she's queen of the hive. She's powerful, but equally as fickle, and sometimes is a lot. But if anybody, she may listen to you.
Do we know the Queen of the Hive or what the Hive is?
Vaguely. There are, different little, like, safe islands that bitches have basically made for themselves in the dungeon. And, you would know that, yeah, Colette is a, rather powerful, insectoid kind of bitch that, rules the hive. She's, definitely made a very powerful kingdom for herself.
Okay. All right. Sitting back down at the table, I think I would just look around and be like, there's a rich person too. We've got to go on a little scavenger hunt to get all of the items, to unlock the puzzle, to gain their dead riches, that sort of thing. So we need a monarch's comb, 2 crooked wands, and a cube of blue rune, which that one should be easy enough.
They always say you need those crooked ones, but you don't. Can work your way
Sometimes they're
around it.
fun.
For sure. So where are we going to get these things? I'm assuming we're all in agreement that we'll be getting these things together.
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah, sure.
Frey, any qualms?
Els definitely looks anxiously at Frey.
All will have me. I would like to join.
Of course. Why would we not?
She glances over at Elsbeth and just looks down.
Oh. Is it a bit of a lover's quarrel, perhaps?
No.
Nothing like that.
Oh. Something more interesting then. Fine, keep your secrets. But for now, we will continue. We need all of these things.
And as Elsbeth says, not quite this point. Fizzle, thank you for that random encounter there. The men that were staring from the corner all kind of look at each other and get up about at the same time and walk over to this table. One slammed a hand down onto the table in front of you, Frank, says, "Hey, what the fuck are you doing back here?"
Hecuba's gonna stand up and just go stand right in front of him and be like, "What the fuck are you doing over here?"
Listen, this is between her and me. You have nothing to do with this.
No one invited you over to this table, man.
No one invited any of you bitches here either.
Okay.
I'm
Mikkel
just
will
gonna look
stand
around
up.
at the bitches like, we
Yeah.
doing this? Let's handle this.
Yeah, I mean, Mikkel would for sure stand up as soon as someone called Hecuba a bitch in a term where, like, it wasn't us doing it to each other in, like, an endearing way, and just clock him.
Okay. Alrighty. It looks like, yeah, if I feel like all of you are probably just going to be joining in.
Yeah,
on this.
Cleo
So
just
it's-
looks over
Hard
at Frey.
Yeah, for
Cleo-
narrative purpose, you guys just start an entire bar fight, basically. Like,
just
these guys...
before the hit lands, like before Mikkel like gets up, Cleo kind of rolling her shoulders and stretching looks over at Frey and goes, "Are these boys bothering you?" And right as that punch hits, she launches herself over the table and just tackles one of them.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. If we're starting this bar fight, we can either do a group roll here for lashing out, or one of you can just do a roll for the entire group, whichever you would like to do.
Lashing out's a hard roll.
Yes,
I have
that
+1, but I do have a -2
Yeah.
from Tony.
Oh,
But I have a
neat.
reroll
That's what
from
you
chat.
Yeah, go do it.
Do the math. Do the math.
Okay, I'm gonna
Use
do
them
it.
both. Just even it out.
Okay. Oh shit. So that's a
And-
9 -2 is still
Okay.
a 7.
Still 7. It is
I'm gonna
still a
keep it.
success.
Gonna keep it. Deal with
Um,
it, Tony. Can't keep my girl down.
Good job. Okay. So yeah, if you guys would like to flavor how each of you absolutely demolish these men, go for it. Some of you have weapons on you, it looks like. So yeah. Lots of glasses are broken. The band is hiding behind their instruments. And yeah, you easily kick their asses.
Yeah, so-
Hecuba would use. Oh, go
for
first.
it. No.
Okay, Hecuba would be using a lot of glamours to create just horrifying demon-esque type phantoms in the air, just hovering around these men's heads. To try and distract them, and then, probably use some sort of sacrificial dagger that she has on herself to attempt to swing at any of them.
All right, and yeah, you easily do so with that success. You just clock one of them. He goes down like that. For how tough and grisly these men look, really easy to take down.
If any of them actually go down, sorry guys, Hecuba is going to just fillet off a little bit of skin off of like one of their upper arms and just kind of roll it up and tuck it away in one of her pouches, just for later.
Easy enough to do.
Yeah, Mikkel will just, like I said, as soon as he calls her a bitch, as if it's like derogatory or attempts to like take the power out of that, she's just gonna like from her pocket pull out, I mean, like the modern day would probably be brass knuckles, but they're more just like rings that look like they've been like mushed together. They're very just haphazard and just square in the face, just knock him square in the fucking nose. And
Yeah,
then when he's
amazing.
down, I'm just like holding one of my daggers to his throat, like watching Cleo to see like what we're doing next.
Yeah, easy enough. There probably gonna be scars on that nose, just in the shape of those rings. It's gonna be great.
Frey and Cleo, any ways you're participating in this fight?
How many
Yeah,
of them
I wanna see
actually
what
are
Cleo's
there?
doing.
There's about 5 or 6. There's about 5 or 6 of them.
So there's 2 of them down at the moment.
Yeah.
Okay, Cleo, do your thing first.
Cleo, again, she's stretched, and are they bothering you? And then with speed that like doesn't seem is entirely inhuman, just unrealistic, launches over the table and grabs onto a guy, like driving him to the ground, and you hear him start screaming, and if anyone's close enough to see, they see just the tips of her fingers have now shaped into claws, and she's just pushing them like into this guy's shoulder, grinning as like seemingly there are too many teeth in her perfect smile. And she goes, I don't like it when people bother my friends, especially when I'm flirting with them. And she would just be ripping this guy apart.
Yeah, you take a leg up from the table and just pounce on this guy like a lioness, basically tear into him. It's great. What are
Heck
the rest of you guys
while
doing? Anything?
straddling some guy and like slicing off some skin is gonna look at Cleo and just fall a little bit in love.
Amazing. Yes. We love
Like,
it.
oh, babe.
Els
Just,
doesn't have. Oh, yes. Els doesn't have like crazy combat skills or anything, but she does kind of pull a Captain America and just yank her halo and chuck it, and it just kind of boomerangs between all of the guys, like pausing and circling on all of their weakest points for the rest of her party to just nail immediately, of like, this is where you need to aim, this is where you need to aim, this is where you need to aim, to just help them work better.
We love it. Yeah, it ricochets off of several of the walls and knocks a couple of the ones that are already down in the head. It is a sight. And yeah, the rest of the people are definitely hiding at this point.
Yep. I'm just like standing on a chair to get better vantage, like calling out support instructions, and just like, you know, I got the vantage from up here. This is fine.
Oh man. At this point, as all of you are seemingly distracted from the rest of the guys that kind of backed this first guy up, the main guy that walked up is going to crack a glass bottle over the table and try to go for you, Frey. Roll me an endure pain roll, please.
No. If you would like, I'm counting my halo as my lantern, if that's okay. Does that count, or do you want me to have a physical lantern? I forgot to ask you about this, game mistress. My halo, I was counting as the light of my lantern because I'm the lantern girl.
Yeah, no, that's totally fine. Yeah, that can trigger.
If you want to use my soft score to roll endure pain, you may.
What is your soft score?
My soft score is +2.
Yes, I appreciate that
Yeah,
because
okay.
I'm a -1.
Okay, I got you.
I love you.
Yeah, I have the feature light in dark places. I carry a light as a source of comfort.
So that is a total of 11.
I got you.
Tony is in chat giving you disadvantage.
How dare you? Is that -2?
Huh?
No,
just
disadvantage.
Again,
yeah.
even lower.
You still use +2.
Overwhelming success.
Wow,
okay,
Tony.
Well,
Tony. That was the first one.
Fuck you, Tony.
That is a 7.
A 7.
Still a success.
It's still a success. All right, so you do have a choice here. So you can just about deal with it. So you can either take 1 hurt anyway and get a point of experience, or you can just not take the hurt.
You said if I take the hurt, I get a point of experience?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's fine. We can do that.
Also,
Right.
I
You have gained 1 point of hurt then.
Also, because the cost, I guess, of you using my soft score instead is that I have a bond on you now, Frey. Just as a heads up.
Awesome possum. Then let's see. My reaction to that is going to end up being this. I imagine that it's just the glow of that halo as it comes back around. Just washes over, and helps with that confidence a little bit, and it's takes a minute, but she looks back at this guy that started this whole fight and is in her face and just stands up, and it's still trying to keep herself very calm, but you can hear it kind of shaking in her voice. Like, I just told you to leave me alone. I had nothing to do with it. And that is, I'm going to pick up on Blight. So that is going to end up...
Okay. Oh man.
Not for
All
real.
the moves are coming out early. I love it. Oh my gosh.
We gotta get into our character.
Yes. No, I love this. This is yes. All right, so if you're using Blight, roll with queer, please.
So that is going to end up being a 10.
That, my friend, is an overwhelming success.
Excellent.
Your spite successfully takes shape in reality, and this man suffers a seemingly unrelated injury. Furthermore, this is beneficial to you. You can pick either gaining 1 experience, or you can heal 1 hurt suffered.
Congrats, that's healing that hurt I just took.
Yeah, there you go.
Nice.
Seemingly, as you manifest all of this ill will you have towards this man that doesn't even know your business. Honestly, he doesn't even know what your fucking deal is. As you reach out and give him this negative energy, you seem to feed back from it and heal that hurt. We like this. This is very good. But yeah, simple enough. You guys easily take down the rest, and now there are some sprawling people on the ground. A lot of people are looking especially at Frey and especially at Cleo for something not being quite right there. There might be consequences later of an event repeating and people knowing a little bit more about you guys.
Normally, I charge for that kind of show.
If we've got
I
all the
would
information we need,
gladly
can
pay.
if we've got everything that we need, can we please leave?
Yes, and Frey, I would like to know more about why these shitheads. And as she walks by one of the guys who's just unconscious, Cleo just kicks him as hard as she can in the crotch as they're walking out. Why they would want to bother someone as wonderful as you.
All right, we can talk about it later. Then, despite her pulling that hood, fidgeting with the hood again, just kind of as a nervous tick, the white in the mark on her forehead expands a little bit.
The dankest dungeon.
Did we establish what the unrelated injury was from that incident?
From what just happened?
From the blight.
Oh, from the blight? Oh, he is probably going to have permanently necrotic skin at this point.
Heck yes.
It's gonna look gross. It's gonna be an eyesore. For the low amount of prospects he already had to attract somebody, it's even lower now. Oh, we just got a happy birthday, Luca tip. We have to keep track. There are now 2 beneficial effects, so keep that in your pocket, players, for the future if you want to use that for something.
All right, then we are heading out then.
Yeah, I suppose we could start with the one that Hecuba and I know the easiest.
The crooked wands.
I mean, if you're game, I'm game. And, I mean, she's totally fine with that. She has no idea what the crooked wands would mean for this, but her crooked wands are totally ready.
I mean, you know, we could go make sure they're the right kind and then use them, take them to this tomb.
Absolutely. So we'll head back to where I'm staying, which would be just probably a little tiny rented room at a local spot.
All right.
The names of them. We haven't really talked about like where I was staying.
It's wherever you want to be. Like literally, people are living wherever in this little ramshackle village. So you could live anywhere. There are like people living in the alleyways with lean-tos and stuff. Like it's people just find their space and kind of make it their own. But yeah, what are you guys doing with those wands? Are there anything happening specifically, or
Yes.
are you just grabbing and going?
Well, if you're asking.
Well, if you're asking.
Yeah, so when we get kind of like to Mikkel's like home space, you'll see that she has attempted to make it like as comfortable as possible. And inside of just a small cupboard, she will open them up, and inside you will see a couple of very beautiful glass dildos. And they will have just like beautiful, like hand blown little bumps on them. And they're just like immaculately made. It's as if they were like brought from a very rich home, and those were the items that she stole while she was running away. Out of like the dingy darkness of everything around, they are just very beautiful, very opulent, expensive items that, she, of all things to take with her from her past life, those were the two she took.
Hecuba will step in and do you mind? I don't know if we can part with these for this tomb. I was thinking not this beautiful.
And she will kind of put a hand underneath Hecuba's hand, like chin, and give her like a very deep kiss, and just say, "Believe me, we can get rid of these. I think between me and Cleo, you'll be okay." And she'll just reach a hand down and just a little bit of hand action right there with some kissing.
Yeah, Hecuba is just gonna kind of step forward and just kind of melt into her. Yeah. Is anyone else coming in? Because I'd be down for that.
I think when we arrived, Cleo's keeping an eye on Frey, because that was very dramatic, and I think given their history, Cleo's used to being the one that draws attention, not Frey. So I think she's a little bit confused. But as you guys start doing your scene over on the side, she'll raise an eyebrow and look at Frey and say, "Would you like to talk now or later? It seems like they have something quite interesting happening over there."
That captures your interest more. I encourage you, by all means, go join them.
Well, no. You see, being emotionally supportive is also highly important, and I'm concerned, Frey. What was that all about?
It's a few things. Those were some of the local drunks that were close with my father.
And they have... Continue.
He died a little while back, and they blamed me for it.
To what end?
I don't know. They just think I'm the cause of it.
It's probably because you're too talented for their small brains. They don't know how to classify actual power when they see it, other than to throw rocks at it and call it ugly. It's so unoriginal. I'm sorry, Frey.
I don't know what you're talking about with power. I'm not particularly inclined. I'm not like you, Cleo.
Oh, but I think maybe you might want to give it a try sometime. And she looks over at Els. What's Els up to?
That, like, when you were like, oh, I think you're talented, and you said, I'm not, I, like, that Els was laughing at you. Which is like, and she, like, stays out of the way, but is, like, also nodding along, kind of quietly. Just like, yeah, you are talented. You are. And she just like fixes her halo back and straightens her hair and just.
I'm not sure that's a compliment or not coming from you. I'm sorry for what you saw.
You know, I've had some time. You know, I was pretty new here, so you know, it was a lot weirder then than it is now. I haven't seen a lot weirder, but I've seen weirder. But here, I don't think it's that bad.
Oh, now, Frey, it sounds like the secret's much more interesting than I thought. And I've trusted you to hold on to one for me. Why not repay the favor? I promise. Pinky promise to keep it quiet.
You of all people are going to make me share everything out in the open.
Well, it's hardly the open when I already know, and
Cleo shoots
just
an eye to a door. No, Cleo straight up shoots an eye to a bedroom door and goes,
that was a flirt roll.
Cleo's so into it. Absolutely. Roll that shit.
You know what? Fuck it, I'm gonna use my advantage on that.
An 8. What? An 8? Hell yeah. So I choose. Remind me again. Sorry.
So you can choose one or both. They offer you something they think you want, or you get a bond on each other.
I'm gonna say both.
Okay. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah. Cleo darts her eyes over to a closed room kind of off to the side of where things are starting to heat up in this room. And what are you suggesting, Frey? A little more private.
Be amicable to that? Yes.
Very good. And she'll just confidently, she'll head nod to Mikkel as she walks by, kind of seeing that you guys are getting involved, and reach back and grab Frey's hand tightly and look back at Els and go, I know that this is not really your thing.
Els just grabs a shot and just...
Turn my head.
And she'll lead her into whatever room is off here. It does not matter if it's a coat closet, a bathroom, a kitchen. It does not matter.
Yeah, absolutely. Easy enough to do. You find your corner.
Yeah, so I was going to say, like, we would probably just be moving towards, like, a bed while this is, like, it doesn't matter what's happening behind us. For sure.
Yeah, you had described it as you tried to make the place comfortable, so I assume there's some corner with pillows.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely moving over there. I think I would have just I have like kind of like a very kind of witchy skirt that I wear, and I think I would have just like dropped it. Just hair, cover my tits, but like just walking around nude, no problems.
Yeah, and Mikkel will, as much as they were joking about like, oh, we don't need these, but she will for sure bring one of the toys over and just.
I've still got one in my
absolutely.
hand. Yeah.
We like
It's
women that
fine.
think ahead.
Yeah.
Planners.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Planners.
Mm-hmm.
Frey, just for mechanic's sake, we are most definitely having sex, correct?
Yes.
Dope. Can you tell me what your highest stat is?
Okay, so my highest stat is hard, actually.
Is hard. Hell yeah,
Mhm.
I got a +2. Yeah, leading in, again, Cleo would just turn and smile. Again, it looks like there's a little bit too many teeth in the dark room where they are, and she would just envelop you. Like she is somehow touching every part in like just as soft and hard as it needs to be. She is breathing in your ear and just whispering how beautiful you are as she continues to just explore every single part of your body with just the right amount of pressure.
So, in response to that, she is not very vocal. You get a lot more physical feedback from that. She's responding to every touch and everything. Every time you seem to go a little bit further, a little bit rougher, she is responding with just as much, almost matching you with how feral and animalistic.
Once Cleo picks up on that, it's like a race to hell. Like it's just full blown. Like
it is.
Oh, like there's like a dam that is broken, and it just fucking goes.
Yeah, it's two deals that definitely go all out. Speaking of Frey, are you taking any amount of hurt from this?
Let's say we'll go ahead with 1 hurt on me.
Okay.
Which, for clarification, whenever I use my sex move, if I take any hurt, then I get a bond on my partner.
Okay.
And you can do the same.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take the hurt. But it's the good kind.
We're into it.
Yeah, so as Mikkel and Hecuba are probably finishing up, she is going to kind of just she's gonna probably lick a few fingers and just kiss her probably on the forehead and offer a hand to kind of pull her up to standing whenever she was comfortable. And then as they're like walking back towards, I mean, it's not going to be a huge space, so as they're just like walking, she's going to kind of just squeeze her hand and kiss the back of it, and that'll be that.
That kiss on the forehead is what I'm saving as my I forget the name, but that's what I'm taking as my trinket from our sex.
Yeah. Collecting many talismans.
Horny for forehead kisses, you guys.
We love it. Love it.
This still touches our love language here.
I love this so much already. We haven't even gotten to the dungeon yet. I love it.
Okay, let's just not go.
We are in the first room.
Like, I mean, that's fine here.
That's something you could do if you wanted to. It could just be hours of this. It is up to you guys.
No, I think after
there,
that,
I do want to do something.
We should do the adventure.
Yeah, I mean, I was just
We should get to that at some point.
Like,
We will grab, I mean, not knowing, obviously, like, fully what, like, 2 crooked wands means in context
I
to,
would
like...
get the most crooked looking ones, you know, with the right curve.
Sure.
This one, this
All right,
one.
so, like,
you
the
know.
ones
We're gonna
closer
just...
to, like, an L shape, basically.
Just like,
yeah.
oh.
Okay.
I'm just gonna, like, stick them in, like, a little pack and be like, just in case we need them later, you know? And just, like, wink and walk out.
Alrighty.
Is that a flirt?
Is it?
No, I mean,
Okay.
it could be, but it wasn't intentional.
Okay.
I guess real life, maybe?
It's all
Yeah, if
flirts.
it's not intentional, it's fine. It's all flirt, yeah. It's like, I
My
don't
real
know,
queer is
anything.
showing.
Anything.
I know.
Disaster queers entering a dungeon. We love it. This is the game, guys. Congrats. Okay. Okay. So does that mean you guys are heading to the dungeon? At least the more uninhabited.
The other dungeon. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So you guys head downward through town, through the winding streets that are just filled with people. For how somber this town is, it's still bustling with people of all kinds, monstrous races, everything. People are peddling wares of all kinds. There's a person doing a shell game, all of that. But at the very end of the main road is what is called the gate. It's essentially a tall aggregation of metal sheets just welded and bolted together in any way they can to act as a barrier against the rest of the dungeon. People come and go as they please, but it is an unspoken law amongst the townsfolk to always close and lock the door behind you when you go in. So as you guys go through the gate, it's not guarded. It takes a few moments for your eyes to adjust to the darkness, aided by the soft glow of our lantern girl here, as well as the bioluminescent mosses that just line various parts of the walls. The dungeon is all yours. Where would you like to navigate first?
As they walk through the gate, Cleo will adjust her hair down. The scar she picked up from Hecuba is now gone, but she's developed a strange, like, mimicked scar on her forehead that looks very similar to Frey's, that she's just carefully shifting her bangs around.
It's not there, you can't see it.
Okay, can I not see it?
No, I'm making a joke.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, yeah. And then we'll just turn and look. So we have to find this monarch?
Okay, mistress, do we know if Marna is this way?
It's the dungeon, like, at least the parts that are explored are actually relatively circular, so kind of anywhere you go, like, you can kind of navigate to other parts. It's yeah, this is not
All
a, like,
roads
a,
lead
like,
to the
room
Queen
to
Bee?
room. Yeah, all roads lead to where you want to go. Essentially, it's a very
Okay.
good interconnected web here.
All right. I will look back at Cleo and just. Do we want to find the queen first, then, or do we want to get the cube?
I am fine either way, but it does seem that perhaps we might draw attention wherever we go.
Yeah, I think so. Well, let's go to the queen first, since the last one will be easiest to find.
Alrighty.
I will start moving in that direction. I don't know what direction.
Sure. Yeah, like you guys have the knowledge to be able to navigate pretty well.
Yeah. Okay.
Out of these, the hive is probably the closest, surprisingly.
Okay.
Tread along the rough-hewn stone floors, watching your step for any particular jagged edges that you come across, maybe helping the shorter of you go towards that. You stop every once in a while to make sure any skittering or unsettling slithering sounds are moving away from you instead of towards you. Still
Really quickly, I just need you to know that my human queer brain just heard you say the sounds of scissoring is what I heard you say.
Welcome to Dungeon
Listen,
Bitches.
that was earlier.
just
my
like
God.
just
Yep,
there
just
in the
on
street.
scissors.
Just
Yeah, just there in the dungeon. Like,
I
yeah.
mean, sometimes
know.
it just the feeling
Sometimes you're
takes
into
you,
that.
and you don't have time to find a corner with pillows.
Yeah.
yes,
like,
Gotta go.
you're
My
not the
head's
same
Exposure
place.
is
You
a
just
cake,
gotta-
man. Don't
You
shame.
take it where you can.
My head's in a
Religiousness are everywhere.
my
Oh
head's
my
in a
God.
space, you know.
I love this, and it's the best space. This is good. But yeah, the closer you navigate to Colette's hive, you probably have a general map from your various dungeon delves. The closer you get, the oddly sweeter the cave begins to smell. The musty odor of the tunnel that you've been accustomed to fades into an oddly fragrant aroma. Flowers, maybe? However, the passage in the distance gets oddly asymmetrical. The wall's more amorphous, kind of squishy. Before you know it, you're trudging about ankle deep in this very strange substance. It's viscous, waxy, and not at all smooth or transparent like honey. It's gross. It's basically beeswax, but in copious amounts. You grow even closer. After a while, the gravelly texture of upturned soil and rock overtakes the unpleasant substance that you've been treading through for a bit, and the tunnel opens up more. It splits into 3 separate paths. However, those of you at the front of the pack would feel kind of a strange, like, buzzing, like a strange vibration from the center tunnel.
Else,
If
what do
that's
your
where it's
lantern
coming
eyes
from,
see?
yeah.
What's your lantern eyes see?
Shake Halo around and look around, I guess. I mean, I could try and look for danger, I guess. Does this feel dangerous?
It could, if you
Are
wanted
you
it
trying
to.
to,
I'm
like-
distracted by your cat. I'm so
It's-
sorry.
I know, same.
Anyways,
Are you trying to use the sixth sense?
I would love to use my sixth sense
sure,
if
absolutely.
I feel I am in danger,
Nothing
or
seems
we could be
inherently
in danger.
dangerous. It's creepy that you just trudge through a bunch of beeswax.
It is.
But, nothing seems to be inherently dangerous where you are at the moment.
Okay. I mean, I'm looking at the list of questions for Sixth Sense, and on a success, I might get to ask, why is this happening? Which I would like answered. I don't know that I'm in danger, but I do want to know why this is happening. So,
like, why is what specifically?
what is this? Why are we walking through this? Like, where is this coming from? Like,
yeah,
is this just a feature of the hive?
yeah,
Is
to be truthful,
something-
yeah, it is,
Is,
you
is
would
this to
know
be
the hive is
expected?
somewhat
Okay.
populated by like bee-like humanoids, like bee folk, and
Okay.
from what you know about bees, probably is, honey and other things are regurgitated substances. So that's probably what you just walked through.
Delightful.
Okay, I take back wanting to know why this happened.
Well,
I'd like to choose another question.
I would like a different question answered, please. I would like to think, where's the safest way to flee now? No, I will just kind of like pull off my halo and shine it around to look to see if I notice anything in particular, but not really feeling a sense of danger. Just shrug at them and be like, well, it seems fine. I guess you all feel the middle path, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
I
there's
mean-
like vibrations. I would guess it's the hive up that way.
Are you picking up good
Yeah.
vibrations? Heck yeah.
I'm picking up good vibrations.
Okay, so I'm gonna go down the middle path. You guys catch up whenever. Okay.
okay, are you all going down the same path then?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll go down the center.
All right. So pretty quickly, the passage opened up into a large cave mouth, though it looks like there are a few large humanoid figures stationed there. They look well armed and entirely focused on you as you approach. They raise their shields in unison in a very trained manner and hold their spears at the ready. It becomes very apparent that these are bee-like people as you get closer. Their mandibles are bared and their wings are buzzing.
Are they ladies or are they guy
Are-
bees?
They've got to all be ladies, right? If they're bees.
Yeah, come on. We've done our bee research.
Listen,
you don't know.
different game. I don't know. Mikkel
You
does
don't know.
not know.
They are androgynous bees.
Sweet, even better.
Okay.
State your business,
Hi.
outsiders.
Oh, hello. We were invited here. I didn't realize that everyone here would be so beautiful, though.
Are you trying to flirt with the guards?
I absolutely am.
Okay, go for it.
So this goes in line with one of my moves, a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Amazing.
When I'm in disguise or an anonymous stranger or otherwise hiding my identity, which I am, you roll to flirt with subtle. And then when I do on a success or overwhelming success GM or keeper, I know we've kind of tweaked this a little bit for the purposes of a one shot. But let's see. You can offer your target a point of experience to be alone with you without needing to spend a bond on them. I can't remember exactly how we tweaked that. I think it was just I get to use.
Yeah, you just don't get to spend
Yep,
a
yep,
bond.
perfect,
Because,
perfect.
we're not really leveling up in the one shot.
Yes. So I'm going to do that thing. Oh, hell yeah. That's a 10 plus 2, 12.
Oh, that is an overwhelming success. Oh my god. Yeah, these androgynous bees are into it. So they get to pick one or more of the options. So yeah, to hell with it. You guys are getting 2 bonds on each other, because why not? They don't seem to be hurt and you don't seem to be hurt, so that the transfer is not going to happen. And they offer you something that they think you want, so they're just like, by all means, just this way.
Oh,
And
thank
yeah, let you
Smart
on through. Very well
and
done.
sexy as hell. Didn't realize that there were so many total packages just laying about. Explains all my missing mail.
If bees could blush, they
That
would
was
be.
good.
That was very good.
Dude, I'm
I
stealing
have to mute before I make the ugliest fucking snort.
Yeah, y'all heard what I yelled, right?
Dude, I'm stealing that one day.
Yeah.
Consider it done.
We need more of this so I can steal more lines to use in the future.
Oh my god, this is very good. Okay.
I came here to flirt, god damn it.
You did, and you're doing a fantastic job. that flustered the GM, okay? Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Good god. Okay. Cool. So yeah, as you enter the central cavern, it is tall, massive, and roughly hexagonal. The chamber perhaps has the most solid ground you've stepped on recently. However, the gravelly texture on the walls is kind of glittering here, almost like a chandelier at the very top. But as you're taking this room in, your gaze just comes to a grinding halt when you see Colette. On a large throne whose back is adorned with an extravagant number of styles sits the queen bee. She is equally opulent in design as the chair, boasting shimmering wings and a long yellow dress that both hugs her figure and commands entire attention of the room. She stares back at you with her compound, almost backlit eyes as you walk into the room.
Mikkel will audibly just go, holy shit. Just out loud to the whole room.
Jeez.
And she looks kind of like at the guards who just like let this group of strangers in. And it's like, and who are these fine folks that just walked into the hive?
Oh, we are here for you, my queen.
Me and what do I owe that pleasure? And as the rest of you that are not actively conversing, your attention kind of strays around the room, not by much, but you notice the subjects now that are also walking around this room. All of them have a rather odd metal garment around their nether regions, and the closer you look, you notice that there is a thin, fine metal chain running from each of those garments to a style on Colette's throne. You notice also several smaller tunnels in the wall at each corner of the room, so there would be 6.
BDSM, we're into it.
Hey.
You see, we have heard that not only are you the most benevolent of rulers in the dungeon, but that you have something incredibly beautiful that we might wish to look upon, perhaps borrow, see where the evening takes us.
And what would that be exactly?
Oh, you know, uh, honestly, seeing you here now, I'm just completely overwhelmed by how beautiful and gorgeous you are, and I honestly would be just happy to see even a comb that has touched your gorgeous head.
Is that a flirt roll?
It super is.
All right, roll me a flirt.
Hell yeah, these dice are on fire. That's a 6 and a 4 plus 2.
Oh my god.
That's a 12. I'm really good at flirting.
Success. Oh my goodness. Oh, you guys are killing it. I absolutely love it.
Leo's just an animal. Jesus.
She's good
All
at
right.
thing, man.
Colette will lean in closer a little bit. Say, you're quite alluring. There have been many flowers around here that have been quite beautiful, but I don't think they quite compare to what I'm looking at right now. What a fine addition you would be to my garden.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm not for keeping. Terrible on the furniture, you understand.
Well, a short-term relationship could kind of work for me. However, I don't think I can give you everything you want then.
I'm sure you could if given half the chance. I'm being very rude. I'm here with these wonderful women, as you can see here. And Cleo will do a quick intro of each to give them the floor as well, and kind of start to take a little bit of a back seat to watch and see what Colette does.
Yeah, and mechanically speaking, she would have picked 2 bonds. So she has 2 bonds on you, you have 2 bonds on her.
Okay.
Hecuba is just standing behind, allowing Cleo to talk, also still continuing to fall in love with her. Just that that's just apparently an ongoing thing that's happening. But yeah, I'm trying to get a vibe from these chained individuals. I'd like to know if they are willing participants.
Okay.
Right.
Let's do another vibe check then. Let's get a read.
I didn't like how she said, keep you in my garden.
Yeah, Cleo
I was like,
also didn't like
is that consensual garden keeping?
So yeah, get a read would be a subtle roll.
Let me see here. 9. Hold on. And a -1, so an 8.
And it still a success though, so very good. Yeah. Based on how the subjects are acting, or you're trying to get an angle on where their headspace is, they have surprisingly blank expressions on their face. They just seem to be kind of aimlessly wandering about like little drones that are just going around the room.
Okay, mistress, I'm so sorry. Chat brings up a good... Can I reveal truths instead?
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
That would also be applicable here. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me find that again. Unless you know what I need to do for that.
That would be a
Reveal truths.
soft roll.
Okay, here we go. Soft. That's good. That's good for me. Okay. You know what? It's still an 8.
It's still an 8. Okay, well that's still good. You learned something useful. So you can ask one of the following questions and get an accurate answer. What is the most dangerous thing here? What is the hardest danger to notice here?
I want to know what's being deliberately hidden here.
Okay. Yeah, based on their blank expressions and how they're just kind of aimlessly roaming about like drones, yeah, there's some type of like weird brainwashy feel to it. It sounds like there's something not quite right. There's definitely some weird element of brainwashing going on.
Okay, can I turn to my lady bitches, and I'm just gonna temporarily, like, I'm gonna look around and then just temporarily use my shape shifting to alter my face a little bit and make my eyes look hollow and dead, and like go like that to everyone to try and show them what I'm talking about.
Okay,
and then I'll like go back to normal.
Okay, that's totally fine. I feel like they could pick up on that, no problem.
Okay. But judging by my stats, Hecuba's not subtle. So
I
she's
did really
literally
like
just gonna
that
turn
face
and
you
just...
made. Just like,
Yeah.
Hey, they're all brain dead. Just so yeah, I'm gonna do that to my bitches.
Cleo will see it and just
yeah.
log it as like, that's the cutest shit I've ever seen.
So just so that this queen isn't noticing what's going on, I'm gonna kind of continue with this introduction thing that we had initiated.
Okay.
And just sort of crouch to one knee for a second and stand back up and introduce yourself. And I am Frey. My compatriots and I came seeking your aid, like Cleo as said before. We're looking for something of a comb.
Well, it's very nice to meet you, Frey. However, what exactly would I get in return for this aid that you were asking?
Well, what would you like?
Well, what do you need the comb so badly for?
She's glancing around for a little bit of help with that one. She is a...
A memento,
So,
darling, of you and your beautiful garden.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, a memento, if you will, to remember the brief time that we had together. That is all.
Well,
It's
if
not
you
every
cannot
day.
stay immediately, I would at least like you to maybe come back more often then. I might be more inclined then.
Surely you're not low on visitors.
Of course, but you seem like such a breath of fresh air to have every once in a while.
Hmm. Ooh, Cleo's commitment issues are at the surface right now. uh,
So, listen, do I notice any sort of, like, she's got combs or any sort of vanity items laying about? Like, maybe someone's fanning her and there's, like, a mirror and a comb conveniently just
you would
right
see that
there.
this is the kind of comb that's like actually worn in her hair. Like she actually like has it.
so
Okay.
Mikkel will walk up and kind of doing the same thing that she's been doing, like offer a hand if she will extend it out and kiss the back of it and kind of give like a deep bow and say, I am not nearly as aggressive as my friend, but I can offer as many services, if not some very different, than she can offer.
I think you could do. As long as you promise me.
And what is the promise?
That you'll return, of course.
And as she says that, I will say, absolutely. And if you would allow me just a little bit of what's to come, and if she will let me, I will pull her close, kiss her, and attempt to snag one of the fucking combs out of her hair.
All right. Ooh, that.
do it, do it, do
Are
it.
you attempting a steal then? Are you gonna try to steal?
Yeah.
Basically, okay.
Yeah.
All right, I love it. I love it. That is a subtle move.
Sweet, I have
Oh,
a plus
and
one
Al
to
just gave you
subtle.
advantage.
Oh, hey.
Amazing.
Yep.
Thank you, Al.
2 advantages.
Thank you, Al.
Did you
This
use your
is
other one
very good.
already?
Oh yeah.
I just marked one. All right, sweet. Okay. So with the advantage, thank you, Al. That was a 9.
Okay.
Ooh.
All right.
Thank you for the advantage. 'Cause
Yeah.
that helped.
Oh yeah, like this could have been high stakes. Yeah. All right. So yeah, you do manage while kissing, just very subtly taking out that comb and pocket.
Yeah, and it's just
Nobody
like
seems to notice.
a very deep, my hands probably like just wandering a little bit to kind of like distract her. And then I'll just slide whatever I snag in my pocket. But it'll be like intense on purpose as like a sign of like, I can take whatever you can dish out sort of sign.
Oh, amazing. She's into it. However, there is a complication that you have to pick now. Out of the list here, you and your companions need to leave right now or you'll be caught. You leave some evidence behind, pinning the blame on you. A tool you were using is lost or broken. Something goes wrong and you take 2 hurt, or whoever you stole from suspects and gets a bond on you.
Hang on 1 second. All right. Yeah, I'll just take the hurt.
Okay.
I'll take the 2 hurt, because it'll disappear on me in a little bit.
Yeah, I mean,
So
that's
I'll
okay.
just take that, or
as,
I'll
yeah,
just give it to somebody else.
as the
It's a
two
little
of
bit
you
aggressive.
are, as the two of you are really getting into it here, her mandibles kind of snap around you and give you some hurt there.
Yeah, I'm kind of into it. It'll be okay.
All right. Well, you did it. And
You got the thing.
and
Yeah, so as I like walk back down, you guys will probably see that, like, you know, the spot on her chest is like a little bit darker, because every time she kind of does stuff like that, she's just like giving up some of her humanity. So she will probably, in an attempt to regain that, walk up to Els and like grab a hold of her hand, like just as like a handhold, because she's probably the most human of everybody here. So she's just like feeling the
Yeah, I'll
humanity
hold your hand.
disappear. Yeah, like she's just feeling her humanity kind of like drift, and she's just trying to reground herself and like refocus.
My halo glows a little brighter for you.
as it goes a little brighter, you do notice that like some of these bee people are like kind of like they stare at it every once in a while. They just kind of get transfixed by the light.
Oh, now am I in danger?
I don't know. What are you guys doing? You've successfully gotten the thing that you're looking for.
I think
seeing, yeah, Bale.
backing, yeah, like just like let's. You know.
I'll awkwardly like wave, just like.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think I'm just gonna
yeah.
start to like slowly like shroud myself and just kind of start backing up.
Cleo would turn and say, as everybody's kind of exiting, truly, this will be an afternoon I will always remember. Perhaps you're the one that gets away, but maybe not. And she'll offer a jaunty bow before following up the rear to make sure everybody gets out safe.
Love a good jaunty bow. Yeah.
Can never have too many.
Perhaps don't be a stranger. Looking at both Mikkel and Cleo for that one, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we just got a $10 donation, which is a bad effect. So I'm gonna keep that in my pocket. Mads, how could you do this to them?
Thanks, Mads.
Listen, I get stoked about that though, because I'm glad that people are donating for the Kickstarter.
Yeah,
That's
for
fucking
sure.
killer.
I'm so happy for the
But-
support. I'm like, oh,
I mean,
no,
like-
not the bitches.
Fuck that bad table, but like,
But for real, thanks,
For real.
thanks, dude.
But-
That's legit.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's just going to fictional characters, so like it's a good thing.
All right. And as you guys leave the hive, I think at the 2-hour mark here, I think it'd be good to take a break.
Break.
You guys are down with that?
Mhm.
Yes. Okay. 5 minutes? What are we thinking?
Sure, like 5,
Perfect.
even like
5
10
sounds
instead
good.
of 2
Sounds
hours.
good
Yeah,
to me.
something like that. But yeah, hang tight, folks. We will be back with some more daring do of our wonderful dungeon bitches. And we are back, folks. I hope you had a good break. We are now going to return to our regularly scheduled bitch programming here, and our troop just completed a very good heist of stealing a item from a queen bee, and are making a hasty escape. The guard drones that you pass by as you're leaving to say goodbye, pretty lady, to Cleo, who flirted with them. And
She blows them a kiss, and just the most coy little wave, as they walk away. And as soon as they get earshot out of the place, she goes, "That place was fucking terrible."
Very eerie.
I mean, yeah, kind
I
of.
don't know what was going on there, but like it looked like the souls had been sucked right out of those people.
You
Do
see,
not recommend staying in the garden.
yeah, for the first time since you guys have been around her, she's been pretty laid back and also very forward in equal parts. This is the first time you see her be mildly uncomfortable as she's like thinking about that area and the place and all the stuff. Also, holy shit, sweet chaos.
Yeah, man.
Is that deck of TPK
Which
things?
one of you?
Are you serious?
Is that it? Are we doing deck of TPK things?
Sweet
I
chaos.
I'm
trying to, like-
I
Boy.
absolutely can. Okay,
You
I
know
have
what?
to pull it
Let's
up
do
because I
it.
wasn't expecting that one.
Let's do
But I'm
it.
down. I'm
Deck
so
of
down.
TPK things.
Deck of TPK things.
Yes, and please, bards are faint. Bards are faint.
I
Good.
swear to God, if I have to sing as a bitch.
Hold on, I gotta go to GM chat. I'm so
so
sorry. Just
bad.
talk amongst yourselves. I didn't know.
Wait, let's explain this for everyone. Okay, so chat, for those of you that do not know or don't hang out with TPK very often, we had all of our GMs come together and make a deck of many things, but each with our own contribution as GMs, like what we would have our individual card be. Were we to have a card in a deck of many things. So this is the deck of TPK things, various cards that can fuck with the game, the players, or the GM. So for donation amount, you get one of the cards pulled, and it's always going to be randomly rolled, and I'm scared by Sarek's face right now.
I haven't rolled it.
Oh,
okay.
I have not rolled it. I have not rolled it.
Oh, you haven't opened?
No, I'm just gonna call. I don't. Oh, it's just me. Okay. On the Google Doc, I was waiting for like all the other GMs to creep on it. It's just
Yeah,
me,
usually when you
anonymous
pull it up,
giraffe.
I was gonna creep. Like, I
It's
was
just
gonna
me,
pull it up and
anonymous
tell
giraffe.
ya.
Okay.
I'm not even going to look. I'm not going to look.
I'm not doing it.
I'll behave. I'll behave.
I'm the only one on the stream that doesn't have the option to peek.
That is a 12. Okay.
I'm scared.
All right, I rolled
Oh,
a 12. That is called a divine interruption.
Oh no!
Okay.
Oh, do we get to see the mother?
No, my girl would
Oh.
freak out.
Okay.
Would flip.
Okay.
The mother is like the only divine entity in the
Oh
system,
my god.
right?
Of course,
Well,
it's-
she's
yeah,
like
the
she's
proper
like all that
representing it in the
represents
DMs,
like
'cause it's their
life
card.
and like good things. She's like the light
Yeah.
side of the force, so to speak.
So who's the dark
So I
side?
feel like we would all be Hollow Men, but I feel like we would all be like familiar with her. I mean, I feel like my
would you
magic
describe-
comes from her.
Oh, this is good. I
Oh,
would
wow.
describe
scary.
her. Wait, what is happening?
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers! Another deck of
Wait, wait,
Ah!
wait.
We
Wait.
have
what do
another
you mean
one?
two? Are you serious? Oh my god. Wait.
Mr.
We haven't even
Rogers
done the first one. We haven't even done the first
Also,
one.
Turk would absolutely, I would absolutely flirt with the mother. Get that
Okay.
sweet,
I mean,
sweet
that's
magic
not human.
powers direct from the source.
Oh my goodness.
Resolve the
this is
first one
wild.
and then get to the
Let's
second.
do the
Yeah,
first
let's
one.
resolve the first one first.
Yeah, first
Oh
one
my
first,
God,
first
I
one
love you
first.
guys though. I absolutely love you guys though.
Jake! Oh, that's a bad table!
Thank you for all the
Thanks,
donations. Okay, I have to roll two, or I have to do that later. Oh, there's so much, but okay. So as you guys are walking away from the hive, and Mikkel, you actually look back at the comb that you procured. It very ornate and oddly looks like it's kind of in the shape of a bee, like the letter B, not the insect bee.
For
But yeah,
bitch.
so you have that now.
B for queen.
And as you're traveling further down this tunnel away and likely towards your next destination, your next contact. You travel through an odd tunnel that looks oddly like my background right now. There are just woman-like visages just kind of everywhere, and sometimes you swear that the eyes follow you for some of them. And one of them gives a whisper to Mikkel. My daughter. It has been a while. What brings you to the dungeon again?
So I would assume as soon as Mikkel hears that familiar voice, she would like shut her eyes and like put her hand to her chest and like kind of like lose her breath for just a minute. And she would just kind of say, you know, something along the lines of like not quite knowing the right words, if there even is such a thing, but like just trying to convey to her that, you know, Mother, we are here to do whatever you need us to do. And I just am so overwhelmed right now. And like she'll reach out probably for either like Elle's hand or someone with a little bit more humanity even, or like Hecuba, somebody, she'll like reach
the
out
moment
for somebody.
she started doing this, I would have reached out like,
I hadn't let go of your hand since.
Are you okay?
So you got your bitches. It's all good.
Yeah, as Mikkel kind of jerks your hand down, Els. One of your lantern, your soft halo, is now like reflecting over a bunch of these faces, and you see one to your right just kind of crumble off, and underneath is this beautiful crystalline face that seems to be the source of this talking now. The rest of you can hear this now. You would know this face as the face of the wounded mother. And she looks at all of you and says, "Perhaps I can help then, my daughters. What questions do you have of me?" And mechanically, this is a proper card, so let me just read it out. The party is visited by a chaotic neutral god or demigod. The players can ask the entity 2 questions about anything. The entity, me, must answer one of these questions truthfully, and one of the questions with a lie or a half-truth. And I do not have to tell you which is which. Decide amongst yourselves.
Okay, let's be clever, ladies.
Question 1, DTF?
What was the answer to the DTF?
Oh, God.
No, I like that one. That gets my vote. What's the whole answer to that riddle where you ask the 2 cards and it's like you ask 2 questions and it's like a whole who's lying? Where's the bell?
What would your?
The bell?
I think the actual like a base answer is supposed to be something along the lines of what would your brother tell me with the original guards or whatever.
Yeah.
But you can also just ask really
really
blatant questions like, what color is the shirt that she's wearing? Trick question.
Yeah.
She's not wearing a shirt.
I'm not wearing a shirt.
She's not.
So, as we're all kind of standing there, I would probably turn to the group and kind of like shrug a little bit and say, we could always ask for some clarity on, I don't know, what we think we're going to figure out down here. What are we all actually looking for?
I suppose confirmation we're heading in the right direction wouldn't be a bad thing.
Well, we still need this cube, don't we?
The cube will be like no problem though. We can get that very easily.
Yeah.
But also confirming the items that we have as being the correct ones.
Well, they're crooked enough.
I won't deny that one, but is it the correct item?
could use that as one of the questions. We could also ask for. I know we were coming down here for like the lantern, right?
The bell.
The bell.
Bell.
Sorry,
I
Your
have-
lantern. Els is the
Yeah.
lantern. Sorry. The bell was supposed to have the ability to show us like truths and things like that, right? Do we want to ask about whether or not this is true, or if this is something that can actually happen? If the quest for this bell is actually going to be helpful to us?
I'm
Yes,
fine
that's a
with
good
this
question.
direction.
What do we do as our second question? I think something that can be easily determined. I guess, you know what? I guess I wouldn't know that one of the answers
Yeah,
is going to be a lie or half truth.
We
So
wouldn't really know.
If we would
I
just
wouldn't
ask
be
questions
gaming that
would-
system.
would
Yeah.
be- we would just be asking questions that we think would
I
be.
feel like.
But it
Do
would be
any
on
of you
brand.
ladies have a personal question that you need to ask? Now would
Could
be your
probably-
chance.
Or you could just ask her about her day. I imagine that no one really asks the wounded mother.
We
How
could
was
ask if she
it?
wants to
That.
join us. I mean, might be kind of
No,
fun.
let's ask her how she's doing. See if there's anything we can do for her.
It's always a good idea.
Okay, so
Mikkel, I
what is
say
the
you
first question?
ask, since you know her best.
So Mikkel will kind of turn around again and again, like kind of holding on to like that, I'm going to use my therapist's speech and call it my mother wound, right? And like hold on to that part of her and like take a big deep breath and like really connect in with her and the guidance and spirit and just say, are we on the right path to do what this lantern says it's going to do?
Belle.
Belle? Fuck. Belle.
Based on the steps that you've taken already, I would say that yes, you are on the right path to achieving what you are looking for.
And then I will take another big deep breath and kind of refocus in and just go, how are you? Just very just as if I were talking to Hecuba or, or if I was talking to Liza or any of the women that like I truly feel like in my heart I'm connected to. I'm just like, how are you, mother?
Yeah, if a crystalline face that, by the way, during this has just been changing different colors, various shades of reds and purples and blues, could give a okay kind of face. Totally would, but it's a stone face. Me? Say, it is what it is, being a god, but otherwise I am fine. I hope you are as well. I'm here to support you and your entire group.
Okay, but
Okay, but
metagame
meta
we
speaking,
know-
yeah, no.
Yeah, metagame we know
Which
that one
one's
of us
the-
is alive. What if she's not okay?
Or what if she doesn't actually support
June
us?
does not have to tell you.
We want to know that she's okay.
Well, either way, upon hearing this, I feel wonderful and validated and very happy that she's doing well.
Yes.
And it's time for another TPK thing.
God.
Now that we've got that one out of the way.
Good God.
She just
What
retreats
have we
back
done?
into the walls, I guess.
She does, yeah.
All right, here we go.
Have a good day.
Okay, I got the
Mikhail.
same one, so we're rolling it again.
Yeah, roll it. While you're figuring that out, Michaela, are you alright? I imagine that this was a rather powerful moment.
Yes, I don't hear from her often, but when I do, it is always very moving. And you can see that, like, inside, like, if you were to catch a glance of, like, inside of this glass piece and it, like, in her chest, like, her heart's, like, going. Like, it's, like, going quickly. Like, she's, like, amped up, like, full-fledged. She's into it.
How fortunate that she visited us today.
And like as you're saying all of these things and like her heart is beating, you're gonna see like she kind of even starts to like tear up and like get real emotional and like.
Oh, Mikkel.
Squeeze your hand.
Do you
I'm
need
still holding it.
a hug? I
Yeah,
knew that-
Hecuba will like scoot a little closer, just kind of like touch shoulders with her.
I know that she is important to many, but and obviously to you. Do you wish to share?
And as you guys are kind of like just like closing in on her and like making her feel very safe and comfortable, she will, you know, like kind of let down her hand a little bit and she'll kind of like look at Hecuba because I think she's the only one who knows really where she came from, and she'll say, you know, before I had this wound and before I was graced with the mother's gifts, it wasn't an easy experience, and I left a marriage that I. And she'll start to get like more emotional as she's talking and start crying, and it'll be like a big deep breath.
Share pain. Can I share pain?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, go for it. I was gonna ask that after the whole thing, but
Yeah,
no.
We all like.
As you're talking,
if you all want to do it, sure.
7. Hold on. This is a soft, so I've got +1, so an 8.
Okay.
But yeah, as you're speaking, I'm just, it's okay. It's okay. And I'm going to just share your pain.
She will close her eyes and you will kind of see her disappear into her own thoughts. And she will say, the last night that I left that house and the vicious things that he did to me, and like her heart will start beating faster. And she will reach her other hand probably for Hecuba. And she'll just start shaking her head and she will say, I left there bloodied and broken and less of human than I ever thought possible. And she'll just kind of like hold on to the hands like harder. And
Hecuba's gonna. Oh, go ahead.
And she'll just like say like, and without this, I would be nothing. But with this, I get to be everything.
Hecuba's gonna take her hand and like come and stand in front of her and just like very close to her face and just be like, listen to me. You left there bloodied, but you left there stronger than you were while you were there. You had to be strong to leave. That was you that did that. Do you understand? It was you that did that. You left.
And she will just, in a crumble, just kind of fall into Hecuba's arms and just...
Yeah, I'll take her in.
Yep. We do the tangled hug where we all just kind of like fall into a hug, like Els puts her arms around everybody.
Hecuba and Mikkel, do either of you have damage? Or hurt, sorry.
I don't have any damage right now, no. Or
I would have had hurt when I was in the cave with the bee queen. But I don't know if it's gone yet, because after so long my hurt disappears.
Oh, okay. Well, for the purposes of this, because that was so good, I'm going to treat that roll as an overwhelming success on Hecuba's thing here. So, yeah. On an overwhelming success, actual emotional progress is made. They get a bond on you, and you can pick one or more of the options below. You suggest something that you think will help ease their pain. You each get 2 bonds on each other. And if both of you agree, 1 hurt is transferred from one of you to the other. If you both agree, though.
Yes.
I don't know if my hurt is gone yet, but because it disappears after so long.
I feel like this happened in rapid enough succession that I'm gonna say, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so she will just crumple into Hecuba's arms and, you know, having other free hands reaching kind of like for Frey and Cleo too, and just kind of like, you know, grasping for any bit of, you know, comfort and solace. And
yeah, I'm playing with her hair. I'm just saying it's okay. I'm just whispering to her. And sharing her pain, taking her hurt.
Els kind of puts her head on your shoulder because she's like slighter than you, and you just kind of feel her halo bump up against you, and it's just warm and safe.
I am sorry to hear this, but I would very much like to know where this man is, so I might rip out his throat.
And as soon as you say that, she will kind of like chuckle a little bit, and she will say, "Yeah, me too. I'm working on that bit."
Consider a new troop has joined your army.
And speaking of, I rolled a Wheel of Fortune on our TPK deck of things. So, Chrissy, how about you roll me a d6?
Oh, all right. A 2.
2, so that means it is Sarah on the overlay. Oh, this is interesting. So this is my card, actually, so I love that I rolled it. A random player gains the ability for the remainder of the session to make any one roll by, or in this case, since I don't do rolls, it's just going to be any one situation, a critical failure. So you just want a situation to kind of go your way, you can, or treat it as like an success on your roll, essentially.
Okay.
However, the same player must treat their next critical success as a critical failure.
Okay.
Oof.
So it's a tradesies.
Yeah.
Got it.
I based this off of the tarot card, actually.
I love it.
So, oh my gosh. And now I have 2 bad tables I have to think about, guys.
Oh no.
Oh.
Okay, well, we'll just keep role playing and you work on that.
We'll get there when we get there. But you guys are headed to your next destination, most likely.
Yeah, I think we were heading towards the cube now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you were going towards Marna, the Pete Hag. So yeah, you traverse once again through the cold stone hallways after a very warm conversation. There are dubious pits and treacherous chasms until believe you've navigated to Marna's dwelling place. Dangling from the roof of this part of the cavern is an assortment of roots, mosses, and mold. Amongst the detritus is a small cottage built in between 2 large root structures. This probably be familiar to you, Hecuba.
Yeah. I think as I approach, I'm going to get like a little like giddy and excited to see her again. And I'm still holding Michaela's hand, so like from like behind, I'm just like, oh, okay, we're here.
We're just in a little hand-holding train, too. I love this.
I'll go up to the door and just knock, Marna.
Sure. As you do, you hear like clattering of a couple things, and just a moment, and eventually, like 10 or so seconds later, a tall, willowy woman with skin as coarse and tough looking as tree bark, with stringy gray hair that hangs over parts of her face like strands of seaweed. Comes to the door. She has kind of hunched to fit into the doorway. Her grin as she opens the door reveals a few wooden teeth and some teeth just missing, but a very familiar grin to you, Hecuba. She hunches over once again to fit inside her house after she says, "Greetings, greetings, Hecuba." And
I'm gonna go in for a hug.
oh, okay. She hugs you too. It's seriously like visiting your grandmother, honestly. What brings you to my humble abode?
We are here for some blue rune.
Oh,
We need a cube of it.
that's interesting. What are you? I of course can provide it, and she's like beckoning you all in as she goes into her hovel, and it is the definition of organized chaos. There is shelf after shelf of jars filled with all odds and ends. There are mushrooms, there are leaves, there are little animal parts. There's kitchen table with it's just entirely covered in papers that are yellowing with candles in various use and disuse. And she is beckoning you all in to sit with her. She seems to have some tea already made. She sits on this stool that seems a little small for her. And there's an assortment of different sitting places for you all to sit in as well.
As I walk through the little cottage, since I'm kind of familiar with her setup, there's gonna be the occasional jar or like whatever that I'm just gonna dip a finger in and taste, or like, you know, just steal little snacks since I'm at Grandma's house, basically.
Yes, I can of course procure this for you, my dear. What have you needed it for as of late?
Oh, it's not for me. We need it because we're going on a little adventure, and apparently it's a key to a puzzle.
Oh, a puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a while since I've solved puzzles or shared riddles with anybody. Would you perhaps want to share some more riddles again? You've been gone for so long.
I don't have any. Marna, you put me on the spot. I don't
said
have
I
any
could start
riddles.
first.
You go first, Marna. You go first.
Okay. All right. So she just kind of scans the group of you that have been kind of quiet and just watching this interaction. But she,
I'm just at home here.
Yeah, she just kind of gives you a wily look, Hecuba, and says, "When I look at her, she smiles at me. When I wink at her, she winks back. When I kiss her, she kisses me back. When I say I love you, she says it back. Who am I?"
Oh. Marna, is it your reflection?
It is very clever.
Marna!
Clever, young one.
Okay, Marna, you're going easy on me because there's guests.
Perhaps, but there's some truth. There's some truth.
Listen, you guys, I'm just imagining my real grandma.
I a little bit am too from all the stories you told us.
Your real grandma, like, give you riddles to get things? Like,
No, she gives me coffee and we watch murder mysteries or westerns together, so. It's,
Your grandma's
next
so
best
cool.
thing.
I mean, we solve the murder before Columbo does usually, so I guess it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Looking around at the rest, okay, ladies. Anyone have a riddle? I am coming up blank. It's been too long.
Don't really trifle in those kinds of things.
It's a fun game.
A fun game, sure. But I'd like to be a little bit more to the point.
Anyone else?
Mikkel looks horrified at the
Out of
thought of like
curiosity.
a riddle or a puzzle.
Out of curiosity, are any of you like looking around the room at like the tons of things?
I was going to, but I wanted to wait until they were. I didn't want to interrupt because it was really cute what was happening.
I would be watching everything for sure. But, yeah.
Yeah. So, if you're looking particularly closely, you would notice that there are like there's this network of like stringy like string or such like yarn attached to the ceiling, and your eyes kind of follow it down to like just various places throughout the house, even the rug sitting between the group and Marna itself. It's there.
Is anyone doing
What?
anything? Okay.
I'm quite
What
bored.
breaks when you say its name?
Oh, I know this one. You are clever though. It's silence.
She just kind of smiles at her and hopes that maybe cool grandma will think that Elsa's cool too.
I mean, if anyone else doesn't have one, I could probably go with a classic, but I know that Marta's
You know,
gonna know
Cleo
it.
has some.
Cleo has super duper. She's looked around and found something to kind of recline on, and she is just full blown chillin' mode. Like she's under the assumption that getting this thing is gonna be no big deal, and following the events of the beehive, she's kind of in a funk, and it's just chillaxing.
I have one. That's
Okay.
so for going into this, Frey ended up kind of just staying by the door, very quiet in the corner, it's a very foul kind of energy around her. Very displeased, and after a moment when we're talking about asking if anybody else has riddles, pipes up with, I have one. What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 in the day, and is a bloody mess by the end of the night?
Oh, this got dark so fast. Yeah, Marna, thanks for a little bit. A little longer. Same kind of wily expression on her face. I do not think I know the answer to that one.
Would you like it?
Yeah, would you care to tell me?
A man who has lived too long. And
Ah!
with that one, I have another thing that this is the reason why I was asking you that question in chat.
That was
you
good.
see what it was? So I would ask you if, regarding blight, do you have to perceive the target?
It got buried by questions about the TPK deck of things. Hold on. Going to Banshee real quick.
It's just because it just says your victim. It doesn't say whether or not it needs to be perceived. So it's kind of your discretion.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. If it's perceived, yeah, I'll go with it. It sounds fun. So yeah, go ahead and roll for it.
Well, if it's not perceived, because I have a particular target in mind, and that's Mikkel's abusive ex.
Okay. I was like, okay.
That's
like,
why I was asking if they needed to be perceived or not, because she has
yeah.
someone very clearly in mind, but it's not somebody she's ever encountered. So
Yeah, it still sounds fun for me, so we're just gonna.
You know what? Valid.
I love it. Fuck them.
Yeah.
Let's see. And bonds can only be used on specific people, so that ends up being an 8.
Okay, so still a success. Um, yeah, somewhere in a town in a land that you don't know, there's a man having a very bad time.
Yeah. And it
Probably stepped on a nail or something.
It's probably stepped on a nail or something. So on a success, we need to come up with a complication from this list here.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's see. Are there any like animals or plants in this cottage, or that were outside?
Yeah, I mean there are various like animal like pieces and stuff. There's not like actual
Well,
captive
anything
animals,
living.
but yeah, so yeah, I would say yeah, there's some plants and some animal parts that have now seem to wither. It's a little creepy. It's a little off-putting.
When that happens, Cleo's been kind of reclining, and there's a beautiful potted like plant next to her that she reaches out to just kind of touch, and as she touches it, it unnaturally wilts, and she
Nods and looks at her claws. Is that what?
Oops, that's new.
stops touching things.
Ooh. Wait a minute. But that is a consequence around myself and the victim.
Mhm.
So anything around him for the time being is pretty much just withering and dying.
Yep, he's gonna go through the park on his foot with a nail in it, and all the grass is gonna die near him. So hell yeah.
It's a construction zone.
Oh my god, I love it. I absolutely love it. Okay. So,
But after
yeah.
that, just kind of recedes back into her quiet. Just brooding. Not.
She seems very at ease. Like she's having fun sharing riddles. She's procuring the blue rune as you're kind of sharing things, and yeah, you get the sense that she was just lonely before, and having this interaction has definitely helped you guys get the item that you're looking for. And yeah. For sure. Yeah, for sure. And yeah, she says, so you're on an adventure. Now, be careful. The wounded mother has told me that there's a shift. There's something strange going on here in the dungeon. We don't quite know. It's quite dubious, but there's something different. No. And how? Really? Now, how did you do that?
Luca, your audio went out.
Uh-oh.
Your mic is dead.
Oh,
Luca.
oh, okay. There we go. Is that better? Cut.
There we go.
Okay.
Here we
Okay.
go.
I am.
One-sided conversation. It happens.
Yeah, listen. I'm standing next to Marna. I am helping her stir whatever bubbling thing she has going on, and we're talking about the wounded mother. I forget what we were though.
She also talks in riddles, I feel like, because what she whispered to me at least seemed like gibberish. It didn't make much sense, but I know that there is something going on.
What did she say to you? It was a riddle you couldn't solve?
Yes, it was more of, I don't know if it was a riddle exactly. She was just very vague. She just said, and they said, "Where shall she be buried? In the garden of her father, beneath 3 leaves of the lily." Don't quite understand what that means.
I don't know anything about that, do I, GM?
Probably not. It doesn't seem
Yeah,
to make
okay.
a lot of sense.
Said buried in the father's garden underneath the 3 leaves of the lily.
And yeah, when she mentions lily, she's like, "The lilies, they don't even grow down here normally. They make quite a good addition to a brew. Now, if you somehow on your adventure find one of these lilies, I would absolutely love to have some."
Of course, of course. If I find any, I'll bring them back to you.
I know I can always count on you, young one.
I missed you.
I've missed you too. No, visit your grandmother more often, please.
Of course, of course. I've
scry.
been, I've been helping out friends. I'll scry more often.
A strong lady.
Cleo
Ooh,
grins
Chad
at her
made
saying,
a very good point.
helping friends. Cleo just grins.
Been real busy.
Quite.
Yeah, chat made a very good point. A player could commune with strange powers to try to get more information.
I could, but I feel like I get pluses if I'm doing that while in a ritualized sex session. And I love my gran, but it's not that kind of relationship. Even though we're not related by blood,
I think
it's
it's more
still
in relation to you can get more info from the actual wounded mother.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want me to just do the basic move without the plus?
Do the basic move, please.
I mean, I'm more than willing to seek help from my friends, but I feel like I would just be weird doing that with my gran here. Hold on.
Angry.
Hey, chat, can we get #sexy grandma? Just
No.
can you just spam that for me? I just really need
No.
We need it.
Please.
Because grandma can get it.
Good comment.
Yeah, okay, I'll just do the basic move. Let's see, where is let me find him. Okay. Ooh, I get +2.
Hell yeah, chat. Hell yeah.
No.
I keep rolling 6s. Okay, so 6 + 2 is 8. This is apparently the only thing I can roll tonight. Which I'm not complaining about, but
Okay. So as you just kind of reflect and try to feel the energy of the wounded mother around you, especially being in the company of some women that are so comfortable, you're so comfortable around, they're so comfortable around you. You are able to get an answer. Ask one of the following questions and get an accurate answer. What did I do wrong? What bad shit is coming my way? What is supernatural about this? How does she feel about me? Am I safe? What do you want? Or how can I make this right?
I feel like yeah, what bad shit is coming my way is the most direct, I feel like. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. Yeah, so
but just really quick, I'm just gonna kind of step off for a second, leave her tending with that, and I'm just gonna step off and pull out some more of my creams and random little ointments that I have in pouches, and just kind of like smear it on my face and down my body, and then reach out to the magic.
Sure, sure. As you do so, and the second before you close your eyes, you swear you see a shadow that was not there cast by anybody else in the room. There's a feeling of something otherworldly that is traveling through the dungeon and could possibly stand in your path on the way forward.
Okay. Okay. As that ends, she's going to turn to the ladies and just say, "There's something," as she kind of like smudges off. There's something in the dungeon that does not belong here. And it may stand in our path.
Well, how many teeth does it have?
I didn't get the sense of teeth, more of shadow.
I probably still have more, so we'll probably be fine. Unless anyone else feels differently?
Sorry, I'm trying to keep it together, but chat's going wild.
Yeah, I know.
Can't.
I love you. I love you all so much.
Mhm.
This is everything. Never change.
everything.
Have a great
I've ruined everything just by trying not to have sex in my grandma's house. Like,
Oh,
we're
no.
open, but, like, not that open. I gotta do that somewhere else.
Cleo starts noticing the grandma in a different way.
Oh no.
God damn it. No, that's my
Oh,
grandma.
A flag on the play.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Oh,
hold on.
Oh no.
Oh,
Why would we turn back now?
Grandma, no. I'm gonna
Please.
jump outside.
I didn't realize this needed to be
charming smile,
on
now that
the
I
player
noticed.
consent form. Okay.
Please,
Princess Grandma's was not
Magica,
listed.
please edit your consent form to include grandmothers for content warnings, apparently.
Listen, I'm sure Myrna needs loving too, but like, it's just, I don't want to hear that we have a much different relationship. I don't need that in my mind.
You and your grandma are about to have one more thing in common, that's all.
It was like Indiana Jones.
No. Mm-mm.
Oh my god. Okay.
Alright, so this is how we break this game.
Yep.
Yeah,
Bring
so
grandma's
moving
into
on,
it.
please, for the
Session
love of
over, we're done.
God.
And on that note,
End
Please.
screen. No, please.
So to continue with the scene, I'll reiterate, we've come this far, why would we stop now?
Moving on.
Moving on. Some time passes, and Marta is able to procure the blue rune. Yeah, just a little sugar cube, like cube that has a blue E stamped into it.
I will add that to the bag. Carefully
The bag that we
protected.
have.
Yeah, I made it up, alright. But like, you
You're
know, I
fine.
have to hold the two
There's a
crooked ones
bag.
Yeah,
somewhere.
you can have a bag. Yeah, you can have a bag. You're fine.
Thanks. I just didn't want to just hold those guys in my hands as I walk through the streets. So
Just,
I mean, you
just
do you,
keep it,
Boo.
just keep it in your safe.
Just like an Olympic runner with it out in front of you.
That's
Pass the torch.
Oh my god.
yeah.
All right.
So
Okay,
I'll add that to
you know
our-
what, chat? This is all your fault.
you guys started this.
Okay, so she adds that to the bag. I'm gonna give Marna a hug and just say thank you so much for helping. I reached out and there is something going on, so I will be careful.
Do what you must, and all of you protect her too, and she'll protect you. She's very capable.
Oh wait, I've got one for you. This belongs to you, but everyone else uses it.
I believe that would be my name, my dear.
Yes. Oh, that was too easy. I knew it.
Now look who's
Okay,
going
I
easy.
will think of a better one. I'll think of a better one, and next time I come by, I'll have it ready for you. Okay, she's Hecuba's gonna start to head out of the cottage if everyone's coming.
Cleo's gonna hang back for just a hot second.
Oh my gosh.
Yep. You know what? She deserves this. I just don't want to be here to witness it.
That's fine. Cleo's
She's a
classy
beautiful, strong woman.
bitch. Mhm.
She deserves this. But I am gonna wander some distance away.
No, Cleo's going to, as everybody kind of trickles out, she'll stand up and look back. I wonder, how good are you at pest problems? You see, I have this bug that keeps lurking around when I go into town, or it's always skulking about, and I would very much like to exterminate it. And my normal methods are a little bit garish. Do you have something that might assist?
Depends on the nature of this bug. Is it...
Oh, he's an asshole.
Not an actual bug. That is what I was asking. Very nice. Perhaps the next time he bothers you or makes too many advances without seeing that obviously you were not interested. Slip a little bit of this into his drink and she'll just like hand you this powder, basically.
Great.
Like,
yeah, no. Cleo will take it, and right before she's trying to, like, you know, pull her hand back again with that unnatural superhuman speed, she'll grab the hand and just tenderly lean over and kiss the back of it a little bit too long, but totally on purpose, and stand back up. You are full of helpful things. Perhaps there is more here to learn than I thought. Perhaps I'll come back some other time when we have more time.
oh, you fox, perhaps. And mechanically,
Thank you for noticing.
just so it's not weird, it's just laxatives. That's the powder. It's just laxatives.
But still, drugging creeps at bars. We're here for it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do want to do a flirt roll there.
Okay.
I super do.
Okay.
I've got to at least, I can't do a full fuck, but I can at least flirt.
Okay. Roll to flirt, please.
Doing it. And I'm using my advantage. So it's plus you're queer, right? So I gotta
No, or yes, it
Flirt?
is. Sorry, yes, it is queer.
Okay. I'm technically in disguise. Can I use my wolf in sheep's clothing to have it be subtle instead?
Sure.
Hell yeah. The math is a 12.
That is an overwhelming success.
Yeah, it is.
Perfect.
Yeah, it fucking is. Hell yeah,
Close this
Mr.
game.
Rogers.
Wow.
They're
That's
into
good.
it. They pick one of the following options from the list below.
I would like a bond.
Yep.
I would like
yep,
a bond,
you both
please.
get 2 bonds on each other. And Yeah, she's already offered you a thing that they think that you want. So
Yeah,
I think
I'm fine
that
with
would be
that.
fair
I'm
to
fine
say
with that. No,
we've
that's
got
fine.
bonds now.
And as Cleo leaves with her pouch of powder and very excited to come back and visit, she'll turn and go, Hecuba does this wonderful thing with her fingers on the back of your neck. Did you teach her that?
I don't think so.
Unfortunate, I must find who has taught her this thing because it is wonderful. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. And she'll leave.
Sarah.
Let's break the GM. I love this game. Oh man.
Right.
Oh man. Okay.
Mhm.
End scene.
Scene.
We're outside.
Yeah, we're
Yeah, Cleo comes out,
Mikkel
bringing
ever
back
let
her
go
stuff.
Has Mikkel ever let go of Elle's hands? Because Elle probably hasn't stopped holding your hand if you don't want me to
Oh,
let go.
I probably would have by the time we got to the house.
Okay, cool.
But
The hand is
yeah.
here.
Okay. Yeah.
Just wanted to specify.
Okay.
I don't flirt, but I'll hold hands.
I have a
appreciate
cat that's
that.
yelling. Hold on. Talk amongst yourselves.
Okay, so apparently we
This is a
revamped her.
classic case of like your friend just messing with you.
Is it?
Yeah.
You seem
Sounds
like
like
a
it.
rather wonderful woman.
I have a drama queen, a cat.
Yeah, more cats.
Ever just gotta hold her while I'm doing this because she is very loud because she is 100% deaf. I am very sorry, audience.
Cats, more.
What are you
100% deaf.
apologizing for?
Yeah, no, don't ever apologize for Snickers.
That's fair. And yep, she is soaking wet. She must have played in her water again. Anyway.
There's a joke here. God.
There's a joke there for sure.
There's
There's
a
a wet
joke.
pussy joke for sure.
Oh boy.
How can
You-
you look at his face? How can you look at his
How
face?
can you set that up though and not expect us to engage?
Because this goes over my head. Same. Anyway.
Nope.
It's fine. Oh, she's gonna come here. Okay. Anyway.
You can't trust me with things like that and not expect me
No,
to say
no, no.
What?
You can't
Thank you,
trust me with
Chad.
hot grandmas.
Wow.
What are you gonna do?
Thank you, Chad.
Oh my god. Dear Lord. Okay.
It started and
We're
ended
falling
with
apart.
Sarah. We're
It's the beginning of the
Thank you,
end.
Chad.
It's the beginning of the end. Okay. So as you navigate forward, the cave walls begin to have more outcroppings of these beautiful crystalline structures. It's kind of reminiscent of the crystalline structure of the face that you saw earlier. The various reflections and refractions of light dance around you as you move around. After a while, you reach a dead end with an array of about 6 or so reflective crystal surfaces embedded into the rock but connected to each other.
Surfaces, like what kind
Like,
of surfaces?
Yeah, like you can see your reflection in them. They're like mirror-like, but kind of distorted because it's not like a refined thing.
Okay, looking at the others, I'm gonna just reach out and place a hand against one of these. You said they're mirror-like?
Yeah, so you can,
Okay.
yeah, like if you guys are looking into them, like you can see your reflections and your reflection just reaches
So,
back.
but since it's like crystalline structures, it's kind of broken and fragmented. So
Mhm.
it's
Yeah, so there's some distortion there, but yeah, reflective.
Okay.
Theo touched her teeth.
Yeah, so Cleo, as you are looking into this mirror, you see your true form.
Oh, well, this is
The rest of you don't see it. It's just her.
Yeah.
Now I want to know what I see.
Yeah, she stands there grinning at her true form. Because I think this is probably the first time that the first time in a while that she's seen it. And I think she has forgotten just how beautiful she really thought that it was. And she'll grin as she's staring at it. Oh, goddess. I still have it. Might not use it very once in a while, but I still have it.
Are the rest of you
As the
looking? What are
magic,
you doing?
is it telling
I'm
you
looking.
secrets too?
Is it, GM?
Your reflection looks pretty normal, but if you're trying to look for something more, I suppose you could try to reveal truths.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right.
A 1?
Oof.
Wow.
It's a soft, so +1, and that's it. Nope.
Wow.
Well,
I'm just gonna look back and just, I mean, no secrets, just me.
Yeah, you're looking closer and closer, and as you reach out again, your hand almost like goes straight into this mirror. You pull it back out, and there is a ton of shards just outside your hand now. I would like you to endure pain, please.
Yes.
you can use soft if you want. Just gonna point that out.
I rolled a 3 though, so
Okay, that gets you a 5.
here's what happened: is I talked about my dice rolls.
Yeah, you
Forever.
jinxed
Sorry.
yourself.
I have played myself.
Like a
Talk shit, get hit.
Like a fool. Talk shit, get hit. Yes. Yeah,
Yeah,
so I guess a 5.
Do you?
So,
You get a 5 and then you have a +2, which brings you to 7, which is a mixed success.
okay. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll use
Chat
my
says you
+2.
have a +2.
Yeah, Ty gave me a +2.
Very nice.
Yeah. So 7 then.
All right. So you can just about deal with it. You can either gain 1 hurt and get some EXP for it, or just not take the hurt.
No, I'll take the hurt.
Sure thing. So mark down 1 hurt.
1 hurt.
'Cause,
I'm
damn, like,
going
I don't know
to-
if you've ever punched through a window or something. That shit hurts.
I have not, though. One time I had a fork tine go up underneath my fingernail.
No.
Trying
No.
to...
Done. Stop.
Yep.
Nope.
Yep.
Blast in the foot.
It can get
Blast in the foot is
dangerous
not fun.
unloading the dishwasher, okay?
We're nope.
Mr.
Also, glass
Rogers,
is shattering in your
Nope.
hands.
I'm uncomfy.
Not
We're gonna be
great.
done.
Okay, done.
Okay. Cool.
So like I'm just imagining that pain, and I'm gonna do my best impression of what I did when that happened to me, which is just just
as,
for like a full 5 minutes, just trying to like handle that.
Yeah, just seconds before that happened, the rest of you see this as Hecuba was reaching out, and the second before the hand got pulled through the mirror, you see Hecuba's reflection give the most disdainful look you've ever seen a person make, and it did not match at all what Hecuba was doing.
Cleo will move to Hecuba's side, like seeing, like watching her with the pain, and go, "Oh, Hecuba, your perfect fingers," and she'll kind of like pull her back and try to help her with her arm. Not really being a doctor or knowing anything medical at all, but it's just there to comfort. And oh, my dear, oh, this is terrible.
Are
Do
you
one of
going to
you-
try a heal roll, or
I don't have one. And she's gonna turn
it's
to
a
like
heal is a
and
general.
heal.
Yeah, it
It's
is
a general
shit.
thing.
It is a general.
It's a
Hell
soft
yeah,
move.
I will.
Yeah, it's a
Okay,
soft move.
go for it.
A soft move. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, that's a 7.
Okay. So a success. Um,
An 8
yeah.
minus 1 because I'm not very
The
soft.
healing will leave scars. The patient erases 2 hurt, so you erase all your hurt. They're suffering, replacing it with an appropriate permanent injury. So I think a fair amount of scars just kind of in your
Yeah.
hand.
Cleo's just going to sit there and just very carefully, and you'll notice that her joints pop like a lot as she's doing this, as she's grabbing the bits of shards of glass and kind of pulling them out and like, the heck you guys, breathe. Keep breathing, my dear. Yes. I once fell into a choco bush as a child. This is a little bit more graphic. than
Fuck.
that.
What the fuck?
I did not know.
Don't touch it. I'm just gonna yell at everyone.
That's valid.
I won't touch it, but I'm gonna look at it.
It's probably a little late for me to think that there might be danger here. But could I still roll Sixth Sense to see if there's anything I can learn about it?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
Okay, cool. Cool. Now I'm afraid.
Yeah, you notice that there's something weird happening here.
I rolled a 6 and a 5.
So
On
that's
11.
Overwhelming
then.
success.
Yeah, it
Overwhelming
is.
success.
I got 12 total.
All right. So you have time to analyze the situation and shout a warning to your companions. You can ask 2 of the questions on the list, and then you and your friends get +1 to act on that answer.
Okay, so I want to know where the threat is coming from and what the enemy is vulnerable to. Like, if there's any way for us to stop this, like to protect ourselves against that happening.
Sure. So you look into the mirror from a distance, and your halo just kind of outlines those crystals again. And something about that light just kind of guides you to believe that whatever it is happening either in or behind the mirror somehow. There's something very wrong with them. In terms of, what was the other question?
So where's the threat coming from and what's the enemy vulnerable to?
What the enemy is vulnerable to. So after kind of like gauging that, like these things are, whatever it is definitely like connected with these mirrors somehow, either in, behind, that kind of area. And after seeing your light reflect onto the rest of the group, you just get this overwhelming sense of happiness. For a second, a smile just kind of creeps across your face.
I don't like that.
Is everything okay, Els? What?
Help my tiny brain understand that. So what the enemy is vulnerable to, what does the happiness mean? I don't understand that connection, friends.
You just looked at a reflection give a very disdainful expression.
Okay.
And now you have seen something that makes you genuinely happy and have smiled from it.
So that's showing what we actually feel?
Perhaps.
I was really hoping you would just tell me, Niffer, you get to dramatically smash a mirror. Because that would have been really
You can certainly
cool.
try.
Cleo
Are
finishes
you-
I hate that.
pulling the glass
Are
from
you
Hecuba's
vocalizing
hand
this confusion?
and turns to see
No.
what.
feel like we'd all see you like grinning, like just stupid grin on your face, like looking at the mirror, just like, hey. No?
I'm not actually grinning, but my reflection is, right?
Oh, I thought you were, but the reflection was disdainful.
Yeah, like not like a huge grin or anything, but like just a little, like, you know, when you think of something like really funny that happened like a while ago, whenever I think of the clip with Tarlo now, I just kind of smile a little bit, like that kind of thing.
But again, that's the reflection, not me. Just
no, it's you.
Clear. It's me that's actually smiling, but the
reflection
isn't.
is disdainful. You are happy.
Okay. Mental pictures are not my forte. I'm so sorry.
You're good.
If like once we're done bandaging my hand, I'd love to walk back up to the mirrors and like put my hand up but not touch them, and attempt to do a psychometric reading.
Ooh, okay.
Using my witchcraft.
To that again.
I can learn the history, emotional resonance, and supernatural potential of an inanimate object.
Okay.
And since I can just pop off these spells, and I've got extended repertoire, meaning that I got all these spells, I'm also going to do Second Sight, which I'm able to see invisible things and pierce illusions and disguises.
Very nice.
So I'm just going to tap in to the magic to try and see what the hell just happened to my hand.
Yeah, as you look at it again, at this point, like, you're looking back at your reflection, it is that same, like, hateful stare back at you. And when you cast this spell, for a second, that just kind of blips out from your actual form and is a shadow very similar to one you saw at the corner of your eye not too long ago.
Mm-hmm.
Can I smash it yet?
But what is the emotional resonance or supernatural potential of this item?
Out of that, you feel this presence of just evil is like the best way to put it. It's just evil in a very pure form.
And the history of this mirror, did this mirror exist before the shadow behind it? Or is it here because of the shadow?
It looks like out of like, because of the nature of shadows, there's something parasitic about it to the actual structure. It probably made its place here and didn't actually make it.
Okay. There is something evil inhabiting these crystals, a dark shadow, like I sensed before when I reached out.
And the shadow both bites and knows things that it should not.
Yeah.
Right, do you notice
And is
anything?
pretending to be our reflections.
So, taking a look at the crystal itself, what do I see?
You also see just your reflection looking back at you.
Okay. So in response to that, seeing that Elle is kind of perplexed,
I'm also
looking
not
at this
touching
thing.
it, but I'm going up to it, like.
What did either of you see?
I saw myself.
I also saw myself, but when I looked further, I saw an evil shadow. And at this point, Jim, I would like to show my hand to the evil shadow. And I am going to use glamour to appear like what I saw and just look back at it. Kind of like a little bit like...
What's up?
Like, what up?
Okay.
I see you, bitch!
Okay. Oh, this is very creative. I like it. Yeah, it almost looks taken aback for a second and just kind of blips to the shadow. And you guys kind of see that now it's like a weird, shadowy thing. And as you're kind of looking away, you notice your reflections kind of gives you that same hateful, disdainful look.
There it is.
And yeah.
Cleo would be grinning in amusement, just like watching this. And again, watching Hecuba just be the cutest. Just have this huge fucking grin. But my reflection isn't grinning, correct?
No.
Yeah, she would raise a brow at that. Oh, so maybe it doesn't know. Maybe it just tells lies. Mikkel, does the wounded mother have anything to say about this?
So Mikkel has not walked up to the mirrors yet. When she walks up, as she kind of like notices things or feels anything, kind of like vibe checks, like is if the wounded mother's presence is here, if this kind of feels like absent of the wounded mother's presence.
Are you looking for more of a like revealed truth or more of a commune with powers?
I would probably say reveal truths.
Okay. Just because like that role has already been
Oh,
done.
that was
and
already
it's been a
done.
failure,
Oh, that's
so-
right. Yeah, we'll do commune with strange powers. That's right. I forgot that one was
See
already
what
done.
the mother has to say about it.
So 4 and 4, and that's a queer move.
Yes.
Plus
Yes, it
1,
is.
so 9 total.
Very nice.
Yes.
Going back to it. Back to the list. Alright, so you can ask one of the following questions. What did I do wrong? What bad shit is coming my way? What is supernatural about this? How does she feel about me? Am I safe? What do you want? Or how can I make this right?
And I am asking this to the shadow, correct? Because that's
This is an answer from the GM.
okay. Yeah.
can just-
I lost the question. It was like the second to last question was really good. Shit. Can you repeat them again?
Yeah, sure. What did I do wrong? What bad shit is coming my way? What is supernatural about this? How does she feel about me? Am I safe? What do you want? Or how can I make this right?
What do you want?
So as you kind of reflect on your bond with the wounded mother, you kind of take a second, you look away from the mirrors, and you realize that, as someone who has come from a background where you have not necessarily been accepted all of the time, you have now joined a place that truly accepts you for who you are. Looking back at those very hateful reflections of your group selves, perhaps there's something that these shadows need, a kind of acceptance of your own reflection.
Out of
Accept
character.
yourself. Love
Out of character.
yourself.
That's deep as fuck. In character, Mikkel will turn and not nearly as eloquently say to the rest of the group, to some degree, I think that what this is trying to show us is that, to get to the light, there has to be dark, right? And Mikkel will kind of step forward and face whatever is shown to her. If she sees anything.
She does. She walks up and sees the same reflection of yourself with, just the largest scowl you could imagine.
And instead of reaching out to, not to touch it, like to touch the mirror, but I am going to kind of just So it's kind of like really intent. So I'm going to kind of like take my shirt off and like get like fully nude and stand in front of like this mirror and um, kind of just like love myself and touch myself and like get very intimate with me to like show this mirror and like this other being that like, you know, even with that I still love you.
And yeah, the rest of the group you watch as Michaela does this, and oh my gosh, birthday! Sorry, I saw hat birth, and this very intense moment of self love. The shadow is taken aback again, and this time the entire mirror just shatters and falls, um,
I would like to
leaving.
think
Oh,
that like as the mirror shatters, I orgasm so loud that it's like mind blowing. That's how I like to flavor that.
we like it. We like it here. But yeah, it reveals another small pathway that, again, like the walls at this point leading inward are just more and more of these mirrors and reflective surfaces. So, like, if you have ever been in a mirror maze, it's very similar to that, where there's just tons of reflections of you, and you kind of have to figure out, okay, wait, is this an open way? Is it not? And going forward.
Yeah, I think as that ends, Cleo would go to Mikkel and, quite frankly, my darling, that was beautiful. And we'll continue trying to like figure out which mirror is real or not.
Yeah, if we're continuing into this maze, after seeing that, I'm just dropping my like little skirt thing and continuing nude as well.
Yeah, at this point I'm just going like, this is who I am, and no longer trying to like cover, you know, my like mother wound, and just being fully and wholly me.
For sure. And the tone of the maze begins to shift as all of you are starting to do this. You get to what feels like another dead end, and you all see your reflections of you in your various marching order, and you stop because there's nowhere else to go yet. And you watch as every once in a while, one of your reflections will just wink at you.
I'll wink back.
I'll
also do a playful, like, little tongue out.
Yeah, I was gonna say Cleo will do a full like very flirty back at it.
For sure. And as you do that, more of the mirrors just kind of crumble and break and reveal more of this maze. You get to another one, and at this juncture, there is like another resistance almost. Is these shadows like probably realize they're losing their power over you and are trying to fight back again. They are baring and gnashing their teeth at you. They are very mad.
I'm gonna do it back playfully.
Yeah, and as that all starts to happen, I'm going to walk up and like grab Frey's hand and Elle's hand and like start to kind of like form one of those like very emotionally supportive like moments that we had with the wounded mother, where I just try to like you can't do damage here. It's pointless what you're trying to do. We're far too strong for this.
I'll reach out for Cleo's hand.
Cleo will take it and kind of as we're going through realizing what exactly this is and like why it showed her form at the beginning, if we get to a point where it's like it's trying to stop us and there's like a final thick barrier, she'll squeeze Hecuba's hand and say, "Would you like to see my beauty? It's been a while. It might be a little rusty. I haven't done it in a while."
Absolutely.
And she'll walk up to this massive, like, crystal wall where she sees the reflection of herself in it. And she'll turn back and look at the party and say, "It's a bit jarring, but if Frey can handle it, the rest of you should be fine." And you'll watch as her limbs just kind of like it's like all the cartilage in between her limbs just kind of like springs back on itself, and her whole body just contorts as she slowly reshapes in front of you. Black fur that's like slicked with this red, like, oozing. It's not quite blood, but it's too dark to be anything else. Will kind of line her fur. Her jaw unhinges and she takes a vaguely feline shape, but she's got too many teeth that are just protruding in every direction out from her jaws, and just massive oversized claws with bloody tendons, exposed tendons that just streak down and like between her claws as they like grip into the dirt. She has big bony spines erupting out of the back. She just looks like a bloody feral mess with things exposed, and like just her eyes are dark deep purple, and like there's just like she looks rageful just standing there. And she'll move forward towards the wall and she'll like breathe on it and say, "This is my form. It was taken from me, but I own it. So move, why don't you?"
Hecuba's gonna let forth just without realizing, just kind of a her love is fully cemented in.
And with that, it looked like the shadows were about to say something about, like, they were going to try to whisper just horrible things into everybody's ears. But as soon as Cleo says that, you just hear a deafening shriek and shattering as all of the mirrors just crumble around you. And on the ground in front of you, Cleo, there are what look to be parts of a mirror frame, but now broken in two, that seem to be vaguely wand shaped.
Cleo she sees those, and again, she's on all fours, and she'll turn to the group, and again, her silky smooth voice still comes from this gaping maw of just too many teeth. It seems they meant actual wands, which is unfortunate.
Hecuba has kind of like started just playing with her hair, like looking at Cleo, like,
yeah. Cleo will notice, and her grin will widen, exposing somehow even more teeth. Like, it's a ridiculous amount. I was hoping that would be your response, my darling.
But I'll come over and pick up the wands and say, "That's kind of disappointing."
And Cleo will slowly start her, like, it's like when you watch contortionists and they need to get to like a particularly difficult pose, how they're just like pops and like she'll slowly start doing that as her body just kind of origamis back into a familiar shape that you recognize. And as it comes into place, she'll actually grab her head and like crick it to the side, so you hear a loud pop, and run her fingers along her teeth just to make sure there's not too many still showing.
Perfect. And as you leave the mirror maze and the warm glow of Elsa's halo begins to light up what looks like the entrance of a tomb, I think this would be a great place to take another break real fast. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We just went through a wonderful puzzle of self-acceptance with our group, and they have finally gotten to the entrance of their final destination, the tomb, where there's a supposed treasure that they are searching for, a bell of sorts. Yeah, not too far off from the exit of the mirror maze. You see it to your right in this cavern is a horribly crumbled and entirely caved in tunnel. Like, you'd surmise that that's probably how those surface dwellers got here and then decided to block it off because they didn't want anything wandering out from the dungeon to their pristine town. The floor here is very dusty, and in front of you is an otherwise plain room and a set of large stone doors. On them, you are able to make out the words, "We pray to God, dear brothers, that she may fly to paradise." What would you like to do?
Who may fly to the paradise? The whoever's in this tomb?
It just says she, so potentially yes.
Do I see anything that looks like lilies?
Or
Or leaves, or... Roll a perception.
No. Ain't no perception checks here. No, you wouldn't see that any lily iconography here. No.
Okay. Is there any sort of... Did you say whether there was a doorway or entrance or anything?
They're just those stone doors with that inscription on it. Doesn't seem to be a handle or anything. It's just flat.
I'm gonna hold up the crooked wands and just... Does anyone see if there's, like, a hole for these?
Perhaps more light from else will help.
Hi.
Is there someone attempting to make a reveal truths?
Yeah.
Yes?
Wait, you know what? I'm just gonna make it easy on myself, and I'm gonna cast my spell, which is Second Sight.
Ho ho.
And I'm just gonna look for the thing.
Page 43. Gotta look back, make sure I'm getting this correctly. Okay. Yeah, I'll say this could do it. You conjure your magic once again, and as you're doing so, the kind of wind that's a side effect from your magic seems to dust off the floor more, and underneath, or right in front of your feet as you're standing in front of the door, is we got another good thing. Amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah, you might still have these in your pocket.
69 decents.
Chrissy, if I could kiss you on the mouth right now, I would, and that is a real life flirt.
You don't gotta roll on that, I'll take it.
Hell yeah.
Yay.
Amazing. But you notice the dust kind of come off from the floor, and you see 4 little receptacles where the different things that you collected along your journey could probably fit.
Okay, I'm gonna put these little crooked wands into the holes, and then look around. Mikkel, do you still have that bag?
Yeah, she will reach into her bag and pull out one of the glass dildos and like laugh now. And like just kind of like shake it at it and then like stick it back in as a joke and then like take out the cube and the comb.
We might still need to use those later.
Yeah, definitely like keep those.
Yeah, don't,
Safely
you wouldn't want
back
to
in
use.
the bag.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to use the real one because yeah, those are good. Don't waste them on the puzzle. Anyway, yeah, as you put the puzzle together, the doors easily just kind of shift open with a little bit of a grinding stone on the floor sound words. It's getting late. I'm sorry. But yeah, the doors are open and the tomb lays before you.
All right, I'm gonna walk in here and I'm gonna turn to the ladies and be like, "All right, listen, it's gonna be under the hood."
Well, typically, yes. But remember, all dungeons come in all shapes and sizes.
Yes. Yes.
Sometimes there's not really a uniform experience, but what's important is that you put in the time and effort to treat your treasure like the treasure it deserves to be treated as. I had a plan, Hecuba, and then I lost it.
This whole time she's just like, uh-huh. Just, uh-huh. Like you said, take your time, and she was like, mm-hmm.
Yeah. She rolls her shoulder as she just kind of goofed up her shit.
Amazing.
Is there anything Belle-like in here?
So,
what are we seeing in
as the
here?
doors open, yeah, you enter a rather large circular room, and in front of you there are hundreds of lilies growing from cracks in the floor. The well-carved walls lead you to believe that this cavern was likely man-made. What catches your attention, though, next is the tomb itself. There is a singular sepulcher with a large statue of a woman standing over it. The statue's demure posture and expression are visible even from across the room. As your eyes begin to travel back to the area closer to you, you notice a distinct radius from the tomb, or where the sepulcher is, where the lilies are completely dead. There's a clear-cut line between the lilies that are blooming vibrantly versus the lilies that are dead on the other side.
GM, can I roll a history check on what the thing was with the lilies? What was it? Was the
Where shall she
under
be buried
3,
in the
yeah.
garden of her father beneath 3 leaves of the lily?
Okay. I'm gonna turn to the ladies. Listen, I thought we were just robbing some rich bastard, and this is a very nice tomb of some beautiful lady, and now I feel weird about stealing her Belle, and also there's definitely some weird magic going on here with these lilies.
So we're not taking the Belle?
I mean, if we find the Belle, we can talk about it. This seems like nice.
Frey, you were saying something? I'm so sorry.
I was asking what she meant about winning.
I don't know, reveal truths might be useful, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Weird.
Is
with
my
the flowers.
second sight still active?
Even if it wasn't, I said.
Well, yeah, I'll pop it off
there's
again.
There's not really a limit on how many times you can cast.
No, I can just cast my shit whenever. Yeah, so like
exactly. So it's totally fine. Yeah, second sight. Yeah, trying to look at anything with. There's not really anything that's trying to actively hide. There's not really anything illusory or invisible that you can see from here, at least now.
All right. Mikkel, do you want to ask the mother what's going on here? There's lilies that are fine here and then decayed here. In fact, Frey, is this something you're familiar with? I noticed when we were at Grant's cottage, there was some weirdness emanating off of you.
Oh no.
Oh, that's...
Oh, I hope that's not connected.
I don't think that has anything to do with it.
Okay.
It's a long story with that, but
Legitimately just me trying to find out if there's a deceased banshee lady that's been, like, you know, that needs to be put to rest or something. Just blighting off the lilies from beyond.
Can we get away with a revealed truth, given we know that there's something inherently magical about the lilies and the iconography with the tomb and everything? Or
Yeah, if you want to give it a go, sure.
okay. Well, let's see.
That only one of us gets to roll.
Typically, yeah, like we can do group rolls, but it gets a little messy.
Is there assisted checks in this version of the game?
No.
You can use bonds to help those things.
Hey, I
You
have so
can.
many bonds on you. Do you want to use those?
I say I've got a couple of them too, so
We're just helping each other out, friend.
let me take a double look at what using a bond entails.
Bonds are...
Yeah,
Scrolling,
you can,
scrolling,
I believe,
scrolling.
add a +1.
I think it's a
I've
+1
scrolled
for
too
every
far.
bond that you spend, but I'm
Yeah,
trying to
every
find
bond that
what
you
the
spend should be a
circumstances
+1.
are.
I'm
Hang
just
on,
going
looking at the page.
because we have not used these the entire one shot.
Yeah.
Found it. Okay. Yeah, give the person in question a +1 to a roll after seeing the results of the roll. So you can spend a bond to do that.
Okay, so this is a soft roll, which puts my total currently at a 7.
I don't have enough to bump you up past 9.
I mean, 9 is still a good success.
Yeah,
but
but
is
like
a 7,
9 is the
so-
same as a 7, so.
In character, Cuba's gonna reach into one of her pouches and be like, sorry, it's time to take my Silphium.
Amazing.
Felt that.
That was good.
Okay. So
in
if you-
character, you're doing something. Oh, you just reach into your bag, that's it?
I just reach in, take out my Silphium, and take it.
Alright, so you can ask one of the following questions from the Reveal Truth list. So, was the most dangerous thing here? What is the hardest danger to notice here? What is being deliberately hidden here? What hidden motives are at work here? What did the most damage here? What's their biggest weakness? Or who has the most power here?
I'm trying to find the list again because I had one particularly in mind and now I don't remember which one it was, and I can't auditory process things. So give me a moment.
Big mood.
Okay. I think what hidden motives would probably be the most appropriate. Because we know that they're not deliberately hiding anything. There's no illusionary effect from the lilies, but there's still something at play. So what is the motives of whatever the magic is coming from them, or the source of the magic?
Just kind of looking at the radius, you get a vibe that... What is hitting my door right now? Sorry. I think it must be my dog. You get the sense that if there is a given radius, that whatever is on the other side of that might be to be contained. It could be a source of containing something rather than hiding something.
So, to make sure I have my visual right, going into this room, you see all the living lilies.
Yes, they're all the living lilies, and then the closer that you get, they're the dead ones.
And everything close to the tomb is
yeah, the
dead and
actual
molten.
like casket-looking sepulcher, like the actual like grave.
So, all I am really understanding from this is that whatever magic is at play seems to be containing something.
Containing.
Yes, and most likely the person or entity that is within the tomb. And I want to note that in character, after the escapade with the crystal mirrors, once Els had stepped up to it and had gotten very confused and kind of withdrawn, Frey kind of stepped up and taken her hand and just hasn't let it go. So that they've just been walking hand in hand the whole time. As a side note for you guys.
Containing or imprisoning?
That I can't tell you.
Because if it's imprisonment, we're letting that bitch out.
I can't tell if it's like
But
meant
a
to
little
contain
bit.
something malicious. It's just something is being held in place, right?
And like I said, the statue of the woman above it is in a very demure like expression and posture. It does not seem to be threatening or akimbo or anything.
Yeah, and looking at Cleo, Hecua has been making eyes at her this whole time. Is just gonna be like, yeah, no, let's let a bitch out.
Cleo
If
will
she's a
turn-
danger, it's not gonna be to us.
Damn straight.
And she'll turn and look at everyone else.
I've been kept. And it's shit. So how about we help a sister out and get her the fuck out of there?
Awesome. Yeah. That Cleo wants us to put all the things, the wands and all of the little alcoves and
Do whatever, all the magics. Let's open this thing.
All
Do
the
all the
magic.
things. Let her out.
Cleo's strong suit is not doors.
Amazing. All right, so are you guys striding forward? What are you doing?
yeah, putting all this stuff in, and I think as we're like Heggy was going around and like putting the stuff in, like Cleo would grab her and just pull her and kiss her just like really, really hard, just like a good passionate kiss, and let her go. And she's like,
I like that you get it, Hecula.
and like pat her cheek a little bit. And then get
Yeah.
like squared up in front of this door, ready for whatever's gonna come out.
Hey, he was just gonna like stand there for a little bit, like, just, yep, okay.
I thought we used everything to open
this
the
first.
initial door.
Yeah, the initial.
Oh, the
there isn't-
initial
We
door?
opened
you
everything
guys
with
are
the
not
initial
done.
door.
You guys
Now
are
Yeah,
there's-
no. Cleo
just
doesn't know how to open it, but she's ready for it to be opened.
None of us know how to open doors.
No, if we learned anything
good
on
for
the
you guys.
server, we don't know how to open doors.
Good for you guys. There are no doors. It was just that set of
There's
doors. And you guys are just
gotcha.
Now we're opening
Let
it.
her
That's-
out.
Okay, so are you guys going
is
up
the
to it?
reverse
Like,
of
are
the
you
let
going
me in.
into
Yes.
that
yes.
radius?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, that was the question. So yeah, as you enter that radius, you instantly feel the desiccated air around you. You can feel the dust begin to collect and stick to your clothes and your skin and your hair. You swear you occasionally see shapes of hands in the dust that your footsteps disturb. Um, it's very off-putting. As wait, I'm gonna look at
Hold
yeah,
on
like,
just a sec. I gotta switch my headsets. My earbuds died.
oh no.
Nobody talk for a minute.
Quick, let's all talk
I'm
about how cool
talking.
she
Everyone
is.
say,
Luke
yep,
is amazing.
say
Hey,
lovely things.
Maz is back in chat.
All good things.
Hello,
This is,
Max.
I'm
You
using your
came
bad
back.
table.
Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on, hold on. Yeah, my earbuds died, so hold on just a sec. Mm-hmm. 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 Um
I feel alone.
I got
I'm
you.
pretty sure they can still hear me. Okay, try talking. Hold on.
Do, do,
Do,
do,
do,
Yay.
All right, we're good. We're good.
Are we good? Okay.
Sorry guys, my earbuds only got so much battery.
All right. All right. So TLDR, the second bad table is happening. The first one happened with making the mirror maze a lot worse than I was anticipating it to be. But okay. So yeah, as you're entering this very dry, deathly radius, Frey, you start to hear like this man's voice that just whispers, "Fair damsel, I will take you to the house of my father, where we will stay together." And the moment that sentence ends, all of you hear the sound of a young woman weeping.
Cleo's natural like predator instinct just kicks in, and you see her just hone in on where the crying is coming from. Am I able to determine a
It
point?
just seems to be
just everywhere?
ambient, just all around you. Yeah.
Where's the voice coming from? Because I'm the only one that heard it, right?
Yeah, it's just in your head. Just
Oh.
also,
So
and
just-
as you guys are maybe stepping around a little more frantically as you're doing this, the hands begin to formulate more in this dust. It's collecting and collecting.
Cleo's gonna call out into the room. My darling, I hear you, and I hear your crying, and I know your pain. You are not meant to be here, and you're not meant to be trapped. I can help, but I need to know where you are.
All right. And yeah, as you're saying that, and just kind of looking around, trying to find the source of this, you stop, and the very front of the actual like tomb, the actual place where the body would be laying, and scrawled in what looks like very old blood reads, "Forgive me, beloved father, for 3 days ago I chose death to save my honor."
So that is, I'm not trying to decrease the weight of that but I'm clarifying because I feel like we missed something here. Everyone stepped into the circle and this dust, and we start seeing hands grabbing at
We're
us,
seeing
right?
hands.
they're trying to grab at us?
No, they
just
just seem to
there?
be around. They like, it just they're just kind of crawling. And then as soon as the dust settles again, it goes away, and they crawl again, then go away.
I'm gonna walk right up to the burial, the sarcophagus, and just place my hands on it, and then look back at my other ladies and like signal.
Okay. As soon as you lay a hand on that sepulcher, the statue standing above it animates and immediately starts this offensive looking pose. It looked very detracted before, but it seems very interested in the fact that you touched it. And with that, combat has begun.
Right.
Okay, and this statue is the statue of her, right?
You would surmise, maybe,
Okay.
probably.
It's a her. Okay.
Listen, you guys, I've seen this movie. We just need to give Tafiti her heart back.
Tafiti!
No, but
I want to have a
since you
conversation
touched
with a
it
voice
first-
in my head.
Since you touched it first, Hecuba, it's going to try to swat you away from it, actually. So I would like an endure pain roll, please.
Yeah, absolutely. What's
Would you like to use? Would you like to use my
that is
soft
a-
score?
Yeah, it's a hard move.
Yes,
so
I
if
would
you're-
love to use
Yes,
that because I rolled a 2.
Kate, use +2.
So 4.
All right, do
I
you have
can
any
get you up to
advantages
5
or
with the
anything?
bond.
Yeah, no, I'll use one of my bonds to get me up to 5. Sure.
I can use my bond on you to give you a +1. Is that how it works, or do you
think I
have
just
to?
used
Yeah,
one
you
of
have
mine.
to spend it on other people.
If you
Oh,
want
is
an
that
sister
right?
roll, you have to spend a bond on.
I was just using my own.
If you have a bond on someone that you want to help, you spend that bond.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
okay.
have a bond
Yeah.
on Hecuba
Aw.
from helping her
that.
endure pain last time.
Okay, so
So
you can use that bond.
I would like to bump it up to 5 at least, and let's see
Okay.
if we can get it higher.
Do you have any more
Uh,
advantages from chat?
No, I'll totally burn a bond that I have on Hecuba.
Can we
I
say
think
this is as all of you gather around? As
Yes.
I was signaling? Okay,
Oh, yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, like
We're
literally.
all coming to physically and emotionally support you right now.
That bumps you up to a 6, which is a success, right?
Mhm.
Or is it a 7?
We
that's
need a
success?
7.
We need a 7.
Then I've got one that will burn on you.
Hey!
Brings you up.
Teamwork makes
Burn
the
'em
dream work.
all,
I'm glad
burn
you
'em
guys
all.
saved all those bonds because I was like, oh my god, leading up to this, I really hope they use them. This is very good.
Bitches, assemble.
Bitches
Bitches
assemble!
It's our new call in the server.
Bitches
But,
assemble!
yeah, just visually, we all kind of gather around as this thing tries to
Yeah,
lash out
so
at Hecuba.
Cleo, with her very unmatched speed, goes to mitigate a lot of the brunt of that. And Els, you kind of like mom arm, like when you're in the car and you have to stop very fast, you basically, like mom arm, like try to keep Hecuba from being closer to it. And Frey, you kind of take Hecuba by the shoulders and like kind of pull her back to kind of keep her away, and you all manage to like mitigate all or at least most of the SWAT. However, since it was just a success, you can take 2 points of hurt, or you can take the experience, or you can just not take the damage.
I feel like, no, I'm not gonna take the hurt right now, because I don't know what else is gonna happen. So I won't take the experience or hurt.
Alrighty. And Oh, they used the bond. Yeah, it's not a group roll. It's using bond. So yeah, I'm gonna say it's not a group roll.
Okay.
But yeah, you manage to do that, and yeah, the statue just continues to loom over you guys. What would you like to do?
Can I attempt a sixth sense to see if I can get any more information on how to combat this thing?
For sure. Give me
Okay,
a
cool.
roll.
I'm really hoping for overwhelming success because all of you then get +1s. So, kiss my dice, everyone. It worked.
Nice.
What was your total?
So I got a 6 on one. I assume that's where all the kisses went. So I got a 1 on the other. But sixth sense, I get to do. I roll with queer, so 7 + 1 is 8. I have a +2, so I'm gonna make that a 10 for an overwhelming success, so that I get 2
amazing.
questions and can help everyone get +1s. Because I
Alrighty,
love my crew and want them
mischievous cat.
to succeed.
Okay. What 2 questions did you want to ask?
What is the enemy vulnerable to? Or, like, where is the threat coming from? Is, like, obviously the statue, but is there, like, a deeper meaning to that?
Okay, so first question is, was it vulnerable to?
What is the enemy vulnerable to?
Okay, for sure.
Pain.
As
I said pain.
yeah,
I don't know.
No, as you focus on the statue and try to see like what a weak point might be, you notice a band, a glowing, like almost sickly red band around the statue's left ring finger, and the eyes of the statue are glowing a very similar sickly red.
Okay, I will point that out to my bitches.
And I'm still listening. I just have to deal
That's
with
it.
the cat.
Right
Get that
there.
cat.
That's how we free her then.
Then let us do it.
And then
As soon as she points this out to us, I'm gonna lock in on that band. I'm gonna go over and try. I don't
one more
know that I
question.
have. Oh, go ahead.
sorry.
Yeah, you do have a second question.
I do have a second question. Bitches, help me. What do you want to know? Who's in the most danger here? Where's the safest way to flee? Where is the threat coming from? Why is this happening? Or what happens if we do nothing? What would be most useful?
Why is this happening?
Why is this happening? Okay. Hey, game mistress, why is this happening?
If we can get outside of the fact we touched the coffin.
Yeah,
that'd be awesome.
Besides the obvious, why?
And this now, like what seems like a whirlwind of dust between everything that is happening, you swear you see the ghostly figure of some man kind of off in the distance. Male-looking figure.
The problem is men. Good deal. Cool.
Fuck the patriarchy.
Hecba, continue. You have a +1.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna go over and GM. I don't really have like some like break band spell or whatever, but I am gonna go over and I am going to try and just chalk out, like pull out a piece of chalk and just throw down a circle as quickly as I can around her. And I want to keep all male force out from her. And then I'm going to try and go for that band. And I'm casting Repellent Ward.
Okay, very nice. Yeah, so as you cast
I want
the
him to
spell-
have no more power over her. And I'm going to try and go for that band.
Yeah, as you cast the spell, the dust within that radius of your spell entirely settles. And if you're trying to like, I guess like remove or even like, I would say
I'm
like,
gonna come up.
attacking the band.
I
Like, you
know
could
she's a
lash out if you wanted
statue,
to.
but I know she's a statue, but I like clearly she's tied to it. So I'm gonna come up once the circle is done and just very softly try and gently slip the band off of her arm.
Okay.
And I'm also, while I'm doing this, I'm signaling to my ladies,
Yeah.
like, please come help me.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
A
Yeah.
legitimate band, or is it just something that was seen though?
It's like it's more like a. Like,
I'm sure it's
embedded into the
magical, but
statue,
like, I'm trying to put magic into my action. I'm hoping the symbolism carries me through. Please, Jim.
We're going for the flavor. Come on.
we are going for the flavor. So yeah. So as the dust settled and you just kind of, oh my gosh, Snickers, her claws.
The worst.
She
Ooh.
she is not happy that I'm not letting her leave. But I know she will yell if I don't. But you just take your hands onto this band and like the entire like it's basically your hand's length, like it's that large, and you just yank it off. And as you kind of land this critical blow, not even really a blow, just this penultimate moment, a shockwave is sent through the entire cavern. It just rocks the entire ceiling. As the dust finally settles, because the entire statue crumbles when you do this. You guys can't see anything for a moment, 2 moments, maybe 3. And as the dust finally settles, you see a small circular clearing in the rubble. And in the middle, a young woman. She's probably somewhere in y'all's age range, and she's curled up on the ground, legs tucked up to her chest, with her face buried in her knees.
Cleo wastes
Go to her.
0 time. Like before
Yeah.
anyone can breathe,
Swarm.
like it's like they blink and she's already there.
Yeah.
And she's like scooped this woman up in her arms, just full blown cradling her, superhuman strength, the whole bit, holding her, and say, "He cannot hurt you. You are fine. You are you, and you are fine. He cannot hurt you, and you are you." And she just cradles this person slowly, like sitting down on the ground, holding her and getting emotional as she's doing it. "You are you, and you will always be you, and he will never take that from you. I swear it."
Yeah, As you approach, you get closer. She's shaking. She's crying, and you've seen enough bitches in Cumdivock to know that this was probably a corpse doll with patches of different skin and parts sewn together. She just, like at your initial touch, she just kind of like retracts into herself a little bit more, and it's just, I'm sorry.
You have done nothing wrong.
You made me do it. I didn't want to hurt you. I'm sorry.
You did not hurt us.
Huddle,
Everything
huddle.
is fine.
We're coming in.
Yep.
Everything is fine. Just breathe and know that we are friends and we are here to help you. Whatever you need, we will help. This may have been your tomb, but you will rise from it and you will be stronger than ever, and we are going to help you.
Are you
are always you.
attempting a share pain?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Because,
like linked all the way. Yeah.
Because mechanically speaking, this person is broken.
Yeah, no, literally,
Yes.
Cleo is full,
Yeah.
like,
You take that.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
Joining
I roll for
hands,
that, right?
doing the huddle.
Yeah, and DM, like, if it's okay with you, not, I will obviously ask her for her consent, but I will, like, as this is happening, I'll be taking, like, a water skin and, like, cleaning her off and, like, kissing her feet and, like, just being very attentive to, like, her body.
Cleo is helping kind of, like, pull her hand, like, just very, "You are fine, everything is fine," like, almost purring in her ear as she's helping everyone attend. And I rolled a 10.
Oh,
Is there any
well,
pluses to that though?
Well, that by itself
I'll give you a
is
bond.
already...
Yeah, I was like,
Go
look,
for it.
we
You
can
might as
just
well.
spend
Go
all
here,
the
have it.
bonds.
Yeah, go for it.
Have one.
Yeah, easily enough. Hurt is transfer, hurt is healed. Whatever you guys would like to do, basically, with the amount of stuff that you guys have at your disposal, easy enough to do. She kind of like flips her face up a little bit. There are tears just like streaked over this multicolored patches of skin, just kind of everywhere. Like, thank you. Who are you?
We are your friends.
People like you.
I don't know what to say. Just thank you. I mean, what? Can I at least have your names?
I am Hecuba. And these beautiful ladies are
Yeah,
Frey.
We all introduced
Frey,
and
so
Cleo
we were
and
all unsure about. We were all unsure about who was going next.
Overlay order. Come on.
I'll just take care of it.
Overlay
Hecuba
order.
will just launch in, and these beautiful ladies are Frey and Mikkel and Cleo and Els, and we are here for you. What is your name?
Thank you. You're just absolute strangers, and you just helped me like that. My name's Belle.
It's a beautiful name for a beautiful woman.
Thank you. And those of you a year or so newer to Cumdivock would know that this is the name of a daughter belonging to the Selfridges family, the city above.
How did you find your way here?
And as this is happening, Cleo is literally taking like her running fingers through her hair, like full blown just comfort, wrapping her arms and hugging her, rubbing her shoulders, like just full comfort. She's gone from like panther to house cat. Like she is just taking care of this person.
Well, I meant to come back. I mean, he wanted to take me to his house, and obviously I didn't want that, and so I didn't really see anything else to do but just fake my death and come back, and that's what I was gonna do, and then I got trapped here.
It is okay. Now,
Do I recognize her?
There are various patches that seem a little bit familiar, but it's kind of hard to tell with the amount of change that's happened.
Okay. I'm going to kind of like hold a little bit of like a hand. I'm assuming we're all kind of like walking out, like trying to leave. I don't know that we all want to stay here unless we want to just hang out here.
No, I would tell her that if she would like, she can come with us now.
You're not trapped anymore.
You will never
Is
be
that
trapped
shadow
again.
still over in the corner?
It seems to be completely gone
Ha!
at this point.
Good. Fuck him.
Is the voice gone too?
Yeah, the voice is gone.
I
Would
was
you
gonna
like to
try
go
and
with
trap
us,
him in
Belle?
the fucking crypt.
Hell yeah.
I think I would like that, yeah.
Can you stand?
Mhm.
Can you walk? Or would you
Yeah,
like me to carry you?
I think I can manage, but thank you.
Fair enough.
And Cleo will kind of unwrap herself from like holding her and help her to her feet as we begin to walk out.
It's a little wobbly. Her legs are partially not her own. But as she walks up, you all make your way back, returning to town. There are likely many questions that flood your mind. You move forward, reflecting on the journey and what this could mean for the future of, well, everything. Now having a daughter of a noble family.
As we're walking out of the crypt, Elsa's gonna kind of hang back and be the last one out. As we're like walking back past the shattered mirror, and I'm just gonna pick up one of the shards and just look directly into it and just say, "We're not trapped anymore," and smash it.
Yes.
You got
We
to
love
smash
that
a
here.
mirror.
I needed to smash a mirror,
I needed
but
to
also it was
smash-
important to the character.
Well, yeah. If there are no other questions or things the
There
group would like
is
to do.
one other thing.
One other thing, okay.
There is one other thing. As we get to the surface and get re-established and set up, Cleo would be lurking at Hecuba's door to her room just late one night, very like leaned up, foot up on the wall. And like as Hecuba came to bed, Cleo will squint at her. You know, I made a rule that I would never again sleep with the same person twice. But I think I'll make an exception. And she'll push the door open for Hecuba.
Yeah, I'm gonna step in and pull you in after me.
That's it.
Amazing. Yeah,
But also, can I make a Dr. Horrible joke?
You may.
Please.
That's when you get to do the weird stuff.
You do the weird
stuff.
Yes. We love it.
Gets really weird with the beast form involved.
Yeah, that's very true. And as you get to do your weird stuff and find nice rest after whatever the fuck you want to do, I think that is going to end tonight's session, you guys.
Yay! Yes!
Fantastic
my
job. You
God,
got through it.
Heck! Fuck! Heck! Killed it. Beautiful. Crying on stream, ruining my makeup. Beautiful. I loved it.
Oh my goodness. And
So
chat, we are actually going to do a very similar thing that our friend Last Hit Point Hero does, and actually do our post-session aftercare, just talk and chill on stream. So do we need a break before that, or do you think we just want to jump into it?
I'm good, but I gotta take off. Listen.
Yeah, we're like all just gonna do
like
the whole like.
We were pretty all night. Let us just undo our
we're not
pants.
stripping. We're not stripping on stream. Let's be clear here.
I gotta take off layers.
This is the post performance thing that every theater kid does. Like, okay, the curtain is down. Layers.
Just shred. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, heck, you fucking crafted such a beautiful story.
So beautiful.
Thank you. It's actually based on Cajun folklore. There is a musical piece called La Belle et le Capitaine that is basically this story that was originally in French, that this girl this guy was trying to seduce this girl, this powerful captain that was trying to get her to keep going with him when she obviously wasn't interested. So she did the totally rational thing and faked her death and then returned back to her father's house 3 days later. And that's where the song ends, the daughter returning. I've had that idea just kind of spinning in my mind for a while. I actually had a D&D town based on it, but my previous players didn't go that direction, so I didn't get to use it. So I was super happy to use it here. And on that note,
cool.
Everybody, for my GM thing, like, this is the first time that I've GM'd, first of all, on stream, but second of all, the first time I've GM'd since leaving a rather toxic D&D group that just, it didn't end well, and it, really just kind of cut down my confidence as a GM. So to play with you amazing people that I care about a lot, and for all these people watching, all of you that stuck around that I deeply care about to watch, is just the dream come true. Like, thank you so much, you guys. Like, this is
We'd love to see the support and
yeah,
coming
it's
out of
been
that.
so good to see like all of chat just being like, oh, this is the best. It just like makes us feel so good. We love the
I'm
support.
serious. After it's funded and like the book is out, we gotta do this again. But like do
Make
it
it for Patreon.
do it for Patreon, not on Twitch, so we don't have terms of service and can go fucking
For
wild.
sure. And that piece of music is actually a 2-part suite, so I could technically take inspiration from the second one if I wanted to. And it's just
I
called
now
So
understand what
Maybe.
you meant by the 2-part music thing.
Yeah, if any of you are looking into it, there was a musical piece arranged by Tekeli, Frank Tekeli. So definitely look that up because
No,
it
because
is
I
a
don't want
very
spoilers.
moving song.
Yeah, no spoilers.
I will
The
wait
first
until
song is fine.
after.
Just listen to the first one. The first
Okay,
one won't
okay.
tell you anything. But yeah.
So how is everyone feeling about that? That was a lot of stuff we just tackled.
That was a lot.
Fuck, dude. Can we talk about you bringing the heat with that wounded mother moment?
Oh,
Jesus
yeah.
Christ. Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Thank you,
Chrissy.
chat, for allowing that to happen. Oh my god.
Holy cow. Like, guys, just
This is so good.
girls are pretty cool. Like, they're like, there's heck throughout at the end. Like, you guys are just strangers and you just help me. And it's like, yeah, because whether it's in the bathroom and somebody needs fucking chapstick, or like some girls just crying on a street corner, like, we got you. Like, it just is that way.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, and I can say that like what I appreciated about this game and the system is that it allowed for like this exploration of some things that I know for myself, thinking about talking about on stream or in a game that wasn't necessarily with a group of people that I trusted so deeply. This was like a perfect way to kind of like, you know, play with that and explore it. And to some degree, I think I'm not speaking for everybody. I know I'm only speaking for my character, but like I pulled a lot of that shit from like personal experience, like direct personal experience. Like those feelings are real. I legit had that experience. It was fucking terrible. And getting out of it was the only way. And like that feeling of just like wanting to rip my skin off and like wanting to be somebody completely different, and having an outlet that like acknowledges that and says like, yeah, take your fucking skin off, be different, be better, be cooler, be hotter, be sexier, be whatever you want to be. Don't be what you were before. It's fucking sweet. It was cool.
And yeah, like, and reflecting off of that now is like, yeah, the whole moment with the mirror where, yeah, like at the beginning of the one shot, you were like, no, I don't want to be me. And then, you know, Mikkel accepting during that is just such a good arc. It's so powerful for you. And yeah, I'm so glad that you've had these moments in the game. And again, I'm so glad that we've been provided this. Like, you guys are still in the chat. Thank you very much.
I know, legitimately.
Yeah.
Like, it's such a, I mean, hi, my name's Sarah X Franco, and I like role-playing games for the role play. And I appreciate the shit out of the system for the flexibility it gives to the players to be able to bring a character and just roll with it, and how it accounts for, to Chrissy's points, emotions that and moments in a safe way. It carves out the space to say, you can address this shit here. And I love that because you can feel it too. Like, yeah, there's the fun, flirty, kind of whatever. But just underneath that is that real heart. And even the flirty stuff too. Like, I think a lot of times in TTRPGs, folks stray from it. Like, they're just like, no, because it's I don't know, insert judgmental word here. I don't know. So the fact that this is like, no, the more you do it, the better it is, was like,
we're gonna put mechanical moves around it so it's even better. Like, yes, embrace it. It's like, it's
taboo.
Really
Yes, purple.
Yes,
thank you. Purple is a good word.
Taboo. Yes, that is the right word. Thank you, Purple.
Yeah, the encouraging the sexuality is like an empowering thing, something that both lifts you up and your fellow bitches. It's very good. There's no shame or taboo tied to it.
But Nif, I know you took a different direction as far as like playing the game. How was the experience?
Hi. Yes, I'm the ace in this group. What's up?
I'm as well.
Hey. It was so I've had like this whole running commentary in my head because so I'm ace because of trauma, and the experience that Chrissy described, like that's what happened to me. Like I got out and felt terrible about it, and it took somebody saying, but you got out, for me to be like, oh, okay, yeah, that was a thing, that was good. And it was, especially playing the class that I did with the Lantern Girl, where it's like, I don't hit people, I don't grow fangs, I don't do things, but I show people the way. And you know, you get out and you don't just sit with that saying like, hey, I got out of a bad experience. You get out and you go and you make sure somebody else doesn't have to do the same. And like getting to play that out was really, really good for me. And so even though it wasn't like, oh, I'm coupling up or whatever and like stuff like that, it's still somehow I managed to take a lot of meaning out of that, and to be able to be like, okay, hey, this is the spot that I want to fill in D&D and in TTRPGs and in stuff. Like, I want to be a support class. I want to be a support to people. And, you know, y'all are also amazing supports to me in however I decide to do that. And that's just really good. And yeah.
Yeah, there's a wonderful paragraph in the game like book that deals with asexuality, or not deals with, that's a very poor way to say that, but it's just on asexuality, how it can still work in the game. Yeah, like when I was initially going through all the deals and stuff, I was like, ooh, I don't know, like I'm GMing this, but like I don't know, there's a lot
It's like,
of
how do I hit
sexiness,
on
like,
people?
sometimes yes is good, but like not always. I'm a gray ace, so I'm like, I don't know. But as soon as I hit that paragraph, I felt so validated. Like this is,
and it's like,
just going across all sexualities, and like just the group here, just since we had communicated beforehand, it's like, okay, who is fine with doing this on screen, who is not at all. Like we communicated very well, and that's what I value a lot. Like I think we did super well with that, and like I just feel very accepted playing this game with you guys, and just playing this game in general.
This game makes space for that. Like that's such a big thing to me, is like you can say, oh, like we want this to be welcome in our game, but until somebody blatantly says, hey, this explicitly thing is accepted here, people are gonna be hesitant about including it in their games and stuff. So to have a game being like, hey, we want you to just go out and be comfortable, like flirting with people and like make like having those bonds and stuff, like to have somebody intentionally say this is welcome in this space does so much for like paving the way and showing the way for everyone and supporting people that come next to try and do these games. So that's just really good and important.
Absolutely.
Hi, kitty. I'm distracted again.
My kitty is so mad at me right now.
I love kitties.
I just really want to touch on it, like how much I appreciate, and this is not to say that people who identify as male identifying people couldn't play this game. I don't mean it that way at all, not even fucking remotely. But what I appreciate is that we had all female identifying, like self-identifying people playing, which created a space for, I know for myself, for as far as my, my life, my experience, my, my literal mother wound, that like feminine wound within me. Like that stuff that I can't quite connect with some people on. So it was important that while we were like building these characters and doing these things, there were a lot of conversations of like, okay, so I'm going to really lean into this, like normally like very prominent problem for women. Like, I'm gonna come from this like sexually abused background. Like, is everybody kind of comfortable addressing and leaning into that as well, or should we like watch how we're looking at that? But it created this really beautiful, I don't want to use the word feminine space because I don't really like that necessarily. I don't particularly care for that, but it kind of created that very like safe space with other people who are just like me.
Yeah, yeah, it's just like I think we were able to still like, even though our experiences from person to person are very unique, I think even just like looking at the different deals and stuff, you could look at one and say like, that one's me right there, and like I really liked being able to identify that. And like, you know, when we were all deciding our stuff, like we were just like,
Yeah.
oh my gosh, that works perfect for me, like I totally understand where this deal is coming from. And it was just, yeah, it was such a joy
When
to see how excited we were in chat about it.
Yeah. When they posted that like tag your alignment whatever with all of the different deals, and all of us were like, oh,
That's
the
me.
one that I'm playing is me.
It was
It's
that
like
or
we all
Firebrand.
we all picked something that was so close to us because we already like immediately felt that connection, and that was really cool.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, even though they were all unique, we still like shared stuff together, and
Yeah.
like we were able to support each other, and the bitches supported each other, and it was just it's so wholesome, it's so good, between fighting a bunch of men in a bar to
so
just
good.
hugging it out.
So I have to ask, just for general knowledge, was like, I mean, one, I want to know if anyone had questions, like in chat, if you guys had questions, but like also I want to know if any of the actions I took as a character made anybody uncomfortable. So like that was, we talked about consent a lot in chat and like privately, but we never talked about details. So a lot of the stuff that you guys, you know, who are watching saw, like, we didn't plan any of that. So it wasn't like I was like, hey, Luca,
I'm gonna get
I'm gonna-
super naked.
We're gonna
I'm gonna-
This was off cap. Like,
yeah, like it was just like off the cuff. So like, it was raw and it was real and it was exactly like how we were moving. But I just want to make sure for myself as a player that I wasn't making anybody outwardly uncomfortable. Anyone here gameplay where you were like, oh, maybe don't do that next time, please.
I think you did. If not, and it clues me back, Meg, when we had when our characters fucked, right? Because it was like I was like, okay, we talked about this and we're all cool, but I'm still gonna double check. Like, you're cool that we're like doing this thing. And there was a lot of those moments of like, we're just gonna double check and like make sure we're cool before we progress. I thought Chrissy crushed it. And Meg, I would love to hear some of your thoughts on like the session and everything too, because I don't feel like we've got to hear from you.
Also,
yet.
Torpid, thank you for the raid.
Thank you, Torpid.
My
thank you, friend.
goodness.
You're catching up
Hi,
with us
Torpid,
as we're.
we love you.
Look at
Say-
you.
I
You
would
guys
shout you
are-
out if I didn't have a cat in my arms right now.
Yeah.
You guys are catching up with us while we're doing a
Consent is so sad.
debriefing
Debriefing?
aftercare for this session that we did today. I recommend you guys, if you want to watch it in fruition, come back and watch it on our Twitch, because
Please do.
it was a roller coaster ride.
Mhm.
But
to your question, Chrissy, absolutely not uncomfortable at all. It was beautiful, and I feel like even in the moment where you like addressed it, and we kind of all helped Mikkel through her moment with the wounded mother, it's like we're all, even though we all have different experiences, we're all drawing on some pretty similar past experiences that I feel like just tends to unfortunately be relatively commonplace in bitches' backgrounds. And so it was very easy to like, yeah, we're here for you in this moment. We've been there and we share this pain, like in real life.
Yeah.
Sweet. All right, now Meg, I'm sorry, we keep fucking interrupting you, bud. You should just yell at us.
what was the question?
Just how are you feeling? I feel like you haven't said anything, buddy.
I think overall the session went well. There was a lot of very good moments, and the characters were played very wonderfully. There was a lot of great storytelling and progression. I will admit, just as a player, there were points where it's like, okay, I'd like to move the story one direction, but we're going a completely different route. And that's not necessarily specific to the system. That's more so working on dynamic things, because a lot of us, yeah, we played in things, but I don't think we've all played in something together.
We have not. We're
So
This is our
usually the
first
GMs.
time all together.
Yeah. So it was one of those instances where there's a varying level of personalities. So sometimes it gets a little heavy-handed. Do you guys kind of see what I'm saying?
Mhm,
But
mhm,
Yeah,
and that's just because it was literally our first session together. If we
Right.
come back and did this again for like Patreon or
Mhm.
something, it would probably be a completely different balance.
Oh yeah, the chemistry is going to be a lot better, like as we just kind of get used to each other as a group, for sure.
We have another game on Sunday, so
We
it's
have
gonna be
another game
super
on
cool.
We do have another game on
Oh,
Sunday.
yeah,
This is
the
the
Not
Honey
Dungeon
podcast.
Bitches, not Dungeon Bitches, but we're playing Honey Heist. Get
Yeah,
ready.
for Galentine's, we're gonna be bears and wear hats.
Yes.
Hell yeah, we are.
Shoot,
We're
we
gonna
need
look
to get
cute as shit
hats.
for it too. We need hats.
We need
I wasn't
hats.
told
Anyways.
I wasn't told we needed hats.
you have a
It's
flower
in
crown
name.
usually.
I do have the flower crown.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
I can say, just to touch on Meg, like kind of what you were saying, like there were moments where I was like, oh, yeah, I think sometimes, like, I know for myself, I'll call myself out anytime and I don't mind being called out. Like, I'll jump heavy into a character. And there are players who are more mechanical, like they want to, like, I want to inspect this thing and I want to do this thing. And I've been trying to kind of experience more of the RP side because that's something I struggle with. So I could for sure see that. And I think that that's interesting that you pointed it out, because it, for somebody who's like, hey, this is our first game, it went really amazing despite kind of those things, but it's also something to be mindful of as you move forward, because it's like, well, everybody deserves a moment and it doesn't matter what that moment looks like.
Yeah, and I'll cop up. I'm 100% like, I'm here and I'm playing this character. Behold me.
Welcome, big
I'm like,
personality.
full
Sent in the chat.
personality.
Yeah.
For sure. 110%. I will own that all day. And I really appreciate you saying something, because it is something that, like, I know I need to work on in general across games, but just it helps me keep present and like, okay, yep, nope, hand the mic, pass the mic, like, do, like, we want to move it forward, but let's make sure we're moving it forward in a way that works for the party. And I think to your point too, like, one shots are such an interesting thing because
It's
you
hard.
yeah,
it's so
Yeah.
hard.
it's
You
hard
can
to
just
make
jump
space for
in.
so many PCs to have their
Right.
moments.
Right. And like there was prep coming in. So it's like, okay, here's all this prep. We've got 4 hours. Let's cram in 6 backstories. Like, you know, like let's
Yeah.
get
It's
everybody
like,
those
oh my
juicy
God.
narrative beats.
And they were all so deep too, and I was like, oh my God, I want like everyone to talk for hours, but we can't do that.
Like,
Yeah.
there's only so much that you can do in one short amount of time span.
Yes.
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah.
for an example, we introduced something dealing with Frey's background in the first scene in the bar. We were going to revisit it and talk about it, but it wasn't something that ended up being talked about.
Yeah.
We went to the back room and
Mhm.
we had some fun, but
Right. Mhm. Exactly.
it's just the unfortunate thing with that comes with one shots,
One-shots.
and
Mhm.
when you're dealing with a group dynamic that hasn't really been set in stone.
Right.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
But hi, I'm here for the campaign.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
I'm here for games 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, I mean, like, they
Sign me
kept
up,
talking.
fam.
They kept talking about getting experience, and I know you can do stuff with experience. So
Yeah,
what?
When's
like,
the
you
next
can-
vibe
you
check?
can level up, you can become legendary. Like it's a whole thing.
No, I set up.
Can this just be like a Patreon exclusive campaign?
Yeah. Sign me up.
Yeah.
No, I set up this whole
Purple-
backstory. Go.
Oh, Purple just had a good question. Were there any special abilities that you guys didn't get to use that you wanted to?
Yes, I'd like
Yes.
to use my halo to smash something now.
It's got a bunch of pointy things on it. I want to stir up somebody
would
with
like-
it.
I would like a
Halo.
serrated halo, please.
I did. There were things I wanted to do for sure. But go ahead. I think we should kind of share about that, each one of us, because I think we all kind of had that moment of,
Order of overlay?
Order of
There we
overlay.
go.
Let's start with Lantern. Go.
No, you
Go
start.
backwards.
No.
You.
One of y'all.
All right, well, I'll go.
I was going to say I'll go. I don't care.
I'll jump in. Listen, and here's the thing. I wanted to use shape-shifting really bad. I even have some little antler horns that I got. Some little druidy antlers that I can put on, because in the artwork, you can't see, but she has little antlers kind of poking out of her hair, and I really wanted to shapeshift, and not necessarily into something with antlers, but something. But I will just say that maybe it didn't happen on screen, but if I'm doing the weird stuff with the beast, I'm willing to shapeshift into whatever works best for her. So, maybe it didn't happen on screen, but it happened in my heart.
Oh, she's super duper gonna have Hecuba's babies. Like,
oh, yes! Your special move!
speaking of special moves. Yeah, I'll just go next. So the Beast has a lot of really cool shit. The one that I really wanted that I took was Horrid Form. And I was saving that because basically what it is you transform into your true form and you try to melt people's brains with it, is essentially what it is. And the blend that I took with her was she has a wolf in sheep's clothing, where hiding her form is what gives her power, and then revealing it is what kind of like a balance. And I did it because it was a one shot, and I was like, we want the reveal, but it never came into play. But I want so bad for there to just be a moment where Cleo goes, fuck it, and just drops, and like, because I think that would just be just so cool, and I wanted to do it. Also, as a side effect, we talked about it a little bit, as a side effect of my fucking move, is I can get pregnant by whomever or whatever, like, I fuck. Like, it doesn't have to make sense. I can just do that, and I love that. I love that concept, because it's just like, my body, my choice. What up?
We're having little witchy beastie babies.
Hell yeah.
That's adorable.
That's very
You
cute,
can
actually.
multi-class. Go forth. Do great things.
I love it.
All right, so I'll share a little bit about mine real quick. So the wounded daughter, essentially, and I'm sure, the creators in chat can clarify this, but like, everything read in the wounded daughter is basically, you can't kill her. Like, she has seen, die. Yeah, she has seen so much and been through so much that, like, what you think you can dish out to her is fucking nothing. Like, it's nothing. And that's why I kind of, like, chose to do, like, the heart open. Like, you'll see it. Like, she's very raw. But the kind of, like, things that I didn't get to use, so she has the ability, she has, like, a feral attack ability, but the one that I really wanted to use was like the unstoppable life, and then she can do something called sloughing off her skin. And I did it at the beginning of the game, but I didn't like touch on the fact that it was like part of her character trait. But like I wanted to kind of like do that again as the game was going, to kind of show that, like, that evolution and that creation and just is continuous, that it just doesn't stop. And it's like, that continuing to go. And then I did not get to use her sex move, which I really wanted to. But her sex move is that when she fucks somebody, it's just like this raw, carnal, feral kind of energy. And me and the consenting partner get to decide, like, I get to take away pain from somebody. So it's kind of just like this ultimate empathy of like I can handle it. Like, you don't have to fucking handle it. I'll handle it for you. And it was just like, I'm here for that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm fucking here for it. So it was great. It was
says the therapist. Yeah.
Says the therapist in the room.
Yeah.
Yeah, if there are no other questions in
Megan,
okay,
you can
yeah.
be Megan Niff.
Now it's
I
your
got
turns.
I got to you. Y'all thought you could dodge it, but you can't.
So
we nose ghosted while you guys were talking. So.
Fine. I'll go. It's fine. There's not really anything that I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so upset I didn't get to use this, because like all of it is kind of on the same brand of like, I'm supporting another character so they get bonuses, or I get to ask further questions and probe into things a little bit. And so like kind of I got to experience all of it. Like I was very happy with the things that I have, and that was good. I was just this is the classic one shot mindset of I'm sad it's a one shot, because like we can do so much more.
We can do
like,
a lot more. I
it
feel like
was-
we're going to.
it was really cool to see kind of her story and how it would have affected the moves that she picked and stuff, which was really cool. So I'm such an introvert that I like don't know how to add myself into stories, and so when Mikkel was just like revealing backstory, like Els has a very similar one, but she didn't know how to like say that happened to me too. And so like I guess what I was upset about was that I didn't put myself forward and be a big character like you wonderful ladies did. And so that's kind of my like, I'm gonna get better at that. But the I'm so happy with the book and my deal. So I have no complaints there.
So
Go, Meg.
We'll wrap up that question with me, and Hyacinth has a couple more for us.
Yeah.
But so with mine, one thing that I would have liked to have seen incorporated in the story was the other move that I ended up picking, which I ended up picking Scream, which had a direct connection to Elle's character. And well, there was an incident year or so beforehand where Frey had really just actually came into her power. That was her awakening, essentially. She lost it in that bar, the Spread Eagle, and Elspeth was there. Several of the others were there. The people that came up to her were there. Her father had pretty much attacked her and slashed her across the forehead with a bottle, like a broken bottle, and that's where the scar comes from. And she completely lost it, and it caused significant damage to the bar itself. People were not happy, and as a consequence, that ended up causing Elspeth to be afraid of her at the beginning of the session. And I would have liked to have seen that come back in story-wise, just to turn around and be like, cover your ears and lash out. But you know what? I think Blight works very well.
Blight is also so good.
I liked Blight so much because when I was building this character, I knew that I needed to kind of play on myself, which is very much repression and lashing out when it becomes too much, because I have a tendency to do that, but I also bring in a lot of people's other things into me. So having something that ends up festering, ends up hurting yourself in the long run, which is something that hi, I'm working on it. I see a therapist every week, but to kind of work with that and try to see how it would end up affecting was interesting, which is why I kind of was asking Heck after the intermission if you needed to perceive somebody for it to take effect, because
the wording didn't say it. I was like, let's
say it. It just
someone.
says your victim. So you know what? And everybody has that moment where it's just like, you don't know who this person is, but you hate them with every fiber of your being.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I thought that was very fitting. Other ones I would have liked to have seen, because Banshee kind of goes back and forth, which you can either be that play into that very much repression, or you can just be this destructive force of nature because you are just tired of keeping it in.
It is some good stuff. Hyacinth actually had a pretty good question. Were there any overlap of characters or stories that occurred? Like, did multiple people want the same deal? I don't remember anyone wanting the same deal, because these aren't the only ones. There are several other than these.
Yeah, there's a few of them. There was a couple of them that overlapped, and we had talked about it because some of us were interested in multiple things, like Beast, Witch were both ones that came up within like me, Luca, and Sarah.
The firebrand as well.
Yeah. The firebrand. Sarah and I were both like, well, I feel called out in real life right now. But like, we legit had a conversation where we're like, we can't play the firebrand. It's a little too close to home. But then
okay, but that's what we thought, and then we picked different ones.
And then, then we still managed to find us.
Too close to home.
There's something that you can identify with in each class, like each deal, I believe. So.
Yeah, I think the Beast, like, ultimately what won it over for me, and it's everybody else has been so #real. I think what eventually bought me over to the Beast, because I looked through all of them and they were all like, man, and then the firebrand was there and it was Call My Name. But I was like, I'll just switch it up. We want to really play to the mechanics of this game. I'll go with the Beast, because the Beast is kind of framed as a more... It pushes the sex narrative, I think, more than the other deals do. But then it came time, like, to make the character around it. And I was messaging Luca, and I was like, man, like, I have real experience, but I don't know, like, if I have real... Like, I am a very blessed person. I know a lot of people have had to deal with... burdens that would break me, and I was like, I just don't feel like I can bring, that level to this character. And then Luca called me on my shit.
Listen, you don't come to your best friend and are like, but I don't have any trauma, and it's like, listen here. You will be able to use this.
Right. And it was like getting to explore, like, everybody said it, I'm just parroting it back, but getting to explore the, like, having a face that changes, or like, literally it's built into the class that when you fuck someone, when you're intimate with, you take on their features and, like, become them in a weird way. And getting to explore that, like, from, like, a backstory perspective, but also, like, in this different way, like, and relating to that, like, this is who I am for this person, this is who I am for this person, and how that's kind of like a weird prison that you make for yourself, was like, fuck me up, fam. But it was wonderful, and I think that's ultimately what tilted me in that direction. I think all of us have that kind of moment of realization with each deal where it's like, nope, like, this is the direction I need to go.
Yeah.
Oh, the biggest thing I think for myself with the character building, and I know I shared this a handful of times with people, is like how deeply did I want to lean into the uncomfortability? And identifying with the character in the class was like easy. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm right here for this. I wasn't confused on the character class I wanted. The very first one I read, I was like, yep, there I am. I feel seen. And then I was like, but how much more seen do I want to feel? So I think as far as character building went, the cool bit about this was, like, even just talking with some of you guys outside of, like, everything and being like, what do you guys think of that? Is that too much? Like, should I do that? And everyone just being like, fucking do it. Go there. Go do the thing. It was really cool.
So I have a question feeding into that. Since you guys had done the, I wasn't able to be in that group call when it was done. Did you guys talk a lot about your actual backstories in that call? I know some of it. But...
I came up with my backstory later, like just in this past week, because I was having a hard time. Like I knew I wanted to be the witch. Like having passed up the firebrand, like nope, can't do that. And it was like where is me in this character? And then I messaged Sir Heck, and I was like, I know who I am. And it was like, who are you running from? And Hecuba's running from the church, capital T, capital C. It doesn't matter like what church, just the church. And like most of I grew up in a cult. So Hecuba's backstory was that like the church sees her magic and her womanhood, her femininity, as things that should be stamped down and controlled and possibly burned at the stake. And so that's what she was running from. And we didn't really get to like investigate, like play with that a whole bunch, but it still like informed who she was. She's here and she's living for everything magic and feminine and loving herself and her friends and everyone, really, just for who they are.
Yeah, I'll let you guys in on a little something because the session is over. But if the mirror maze had gone more poorly and like the shadows would actually have been able to whisper things to you, like I would have targeted like direct vulnerabilities in the backstory.
I think you hinted at that.
Yeah, like
you hinted
I would
at
have
that,
loved
and it
to
was
see that.
Like, listen, I have such a hard time saying mean things as a GM. Like it's
I
like I don't
relate.
like doing it. Okay, so I'm kind of glad I didn't have to do that. And you guys just busted out the power moves, and I was like, oh yeah, that's perfect. It wouldn't make sense narratively for them now to like start doing all these things after that very powerful moment happened. So, yeah, very glad I didn't have to do that.
I would have liked to see seen more interaction with the father, like at the end.
Yeah, that's who I wanted to go after. At the end, we went right to the girl, which, I mean, now I'm super glad that we did, but like, ooh, I wanted to head right towards that shadow and just fucking plow through it. Like, I was like, yeah, I just want to take him out. But I really much more prefer seeing how the story went, how it went. I mean, I'm like, oh, that was good. But that first bit when you were like, yeah, there's like this energy and you can see this person kind of like looming in the shadows. And I was like, oh yeah, that's where I want to head.
That just made like seeing you do that and a couple of the rest of you react that way. Like I have told you a couple of things of my past and your actual like in real life reactions are like, okay, I have a baseball bat. Like that was your actual reactions. And I love that our in-character reactions are the same. And it's like, that's just our instinct for just, we're going to go after them. And like, that was just so precious to see.
Okay, but do I need to like have met them to cast blight on them?
I mean, no, like I think
no, clearly
there's just that it's just this like this. It's like a key turns and you go, fuck that guy. Like, what are we gonna do? Like, let's find his car. Like,
fuck that guy.
Tires. Yeah. Like screw that guy. Like it just
Man ain't shit.
That person,
for like
right?
you guys that are being wonderful in chat.
Respectfully,
right.
Respectfully, men ain't shit.
Respectfully.
Right. There's a couple of things just in the chat really quick. It's something that you said, Meg, that I wanted to go back to because, like, oh shit, you tripped on my whole backstory.
Hello.
You took it as the beast is someone who takes pieces of people around her into herself, almost stifling their true form with that different identities. That's like the and context of my backstory, but it's like it's not multiple people. It's like one person realized that like Cleo had this ability and was like, I'm gonna own this, I'm gonna control this, I'm gonna keep you from being you. Like I will shape you, I will use this inherent thing that you have
and I will
make you in
shape
the
you
image
to
I want.
make you in the image that I want you to be. And so like when we got to the mirror maze and she saw herself like as herself, it was like seeing an old friend almost. Like it was just like, oh shit. Like the thing she's running from is that toxic relationship of just someone not ever seeing her beauty, but being like, well, what if you just tweaked this, or what if you just changed that, and don't be like that here, and like those kind of like itty bitty things. And so when she saw herself, it was love, because it was like, shit, like there I am, like I've been running and trying to find myself, and there I am. Like it was a big moment. Like heck just was dropping reality bombs up in here, and I was like, shit. But it was so fun to get to explore those and like the different ways. Like I'm listening to everybody, it sounds like we all fucking did that, where it's just, oh shit, there it is.
Yeah. I know I tried to do a tie to the mirror riddle that was said to that.
Yeah, I noticed
Yeah,
that.
we caught it.
We caught it. We're picking up what you're putting down.
Did you see chat when it happened? Because
I know,
we were all
Purple
just
was like,
yep,
what
there
was
we
that
go.
first riddle? It was like, it was reflection. Yep, we're here.
I'm proud of my riddle. I don't care what y'all say. I liked it.
was very good.
It was very good.
riddle.
You're
Oh, it was so
because
good.
it's like the classic riddle, but then like dead and bloodied and or whatever. That it's like a man who lived too long or something. It was like, fuck yes, such a good twist on the classic riddle.
That was the first riddle that came to mind, and I was like, I can make this. I can change this so that
Perfect.
it's not
Perfection.
Given the scene that we had beforehand with Mikkel, so it was like, nope. I'm angry. This is happening.
For sure. It's getting kind of late, guys. If there are any other questions in the group or questions in chat, can give that a couple seconds. But yeah, we could probably start signing off real
Hit
soon.
us
I
up
know
in the
y'all in
Discord
makeup.
too.
Hey, heck.
Come hang out.
Yeah.
Heck.
Hey,
You fucking rocked it.
You fucking
Killed it.
rocked
You're the
Yeah.
coolest.
Holy
You did
shit,
killed it.
dude.
so fucking good.
Amazing.
So fucking good. Like I couldn't.
Amazing.
I can't even. There's no words. You slayed this. It was beautiful. It was wonderful to
good.
run through. Thank you so much for jamming this.
Gonna pass that appreciation train right over to Meg for the character art and like the love
Yes.
and attention.
I didn't need
and
this. I didn't need to
God.
cry on stream tonight, guys.
No,
We're gonna
Listen.
make you cry.
listen. When you drew it and I was like, oh shit, there she is. Like, what a magical experience to go into this like incredibly supportive, wonderful. Like, you shared your talents and like, bitch, they are worth sharing.
Yes.
Like, thank you. I
Y'all
cannot
should've
Put it
I
on
cannot.
blast.
Y'all should see my fucking notifications on Twitter, because after the devs retweeted it, it just kept going. And I was like,
Deserve every single like. It's like you triggered. It's like I barely gave you any direction, and then like it's like I had her kind of loosely in my mind, and then you put her on paper, and it's like, oh no, that's her. That's her. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, does that make sense? It was perfection. You did so fucking amazing bringing them to life.
Absolutely. And like I've got to say, like there's a part of me, so when you were drawing mine, so like obviously I'm like I'm an old crust punk kid, right? So when you like drew mine, I mean aside from obviously like the mother wound, I was like, no, she didn't just draw like 17-year-old Chrissy who's like very angry at men and the patriarchy. And I was like, oh no, you saw me, like really. And then when I was like picking out like my shirts, like I went and dug through all my old, like, guys, if you could see this shirt, like it's like literally falling apart from when I was like a kid. And I remember that I was like, dude, Meg killed it. I have to like keep it with this wild punk rock fucking feral child theme.
I was told there was going to be a leather jacket, so
I couldn't keep it on. It just wasn't gonna happen.
Too hot under the lights.
I am an ice cube and I lost the leather jacket. Like that's how amazing it's been. Okay.
Yeah,
Fuck
your art was
sleeves.
just killer, dude. Yeah,
So
you
killer.
just-
Like
So good.
Cleo, like you have just a titch of that masculine himbo energy, and I was like, there it is. I recognize myself. Like it was just so good.
So good.
Absolutely.
This my
I
eye
don't-
makeup
I
is
don't
all
wanna
coming
end.
off.
I know. We're just
Not
gonna
really,
rub
yeah,
our
but
faces.
y'all,
and...
y'all in makeup are probably so ready to end. So.
Yeah.
I keep
I
I
need
keep
this wig
touching my
off.
face and it's like, oh no, what have I done?
Me trying to rub my forehead to get my hair out of my face. I'm like, no.
All throughout
Don't
the
touch it.
stream, like stray hairs from the wig would keep like getting like caught on my fake eyelashes, and it's like it's like spider webs on my face.
This is the real shit, guys.
Look,
This is
yeah.
the real
Say-
fucking dibs on like
As we all like peel
all
off our
streams.
eyelashes.
I appreciate so much that y'all got into dressing up so much. Like it added so much to it. Like it's just
Listen,
like, oh yeah,
I loved dressing up as a kid, and I just never grew out of that. I still love it.
Very fair.
it's the best.
It's like, is this my character?
I'm
This
just
is my
trying to learn how
character.
to contour, guys.
Big
You
same.
crushed
Nice
it.
today.
You crushed it. You look
I think-
amazing.
Fantastic.
I have done more makeup in the past 2 months than I have the entire rest of my life because of TPK, and it's the
Yeah.
best.
Yes.
Legit.
So good.
All right, Heck, you want to take us out?
All right. Yeah. So actually, we'll just like, yeah, I'll just do first. That's fine. Hey everybody, it's me, Sir Heckalot. You know, ending my first game mistress game.
Amazing
Absolutely
game,
crazy.
flawless.
You can find me at Sir Heckalot on Twitter and Instagram, and in our lovely Discord. So definitely join that if you haven't already. It's a great time. You will see me in 2 days for Queen's Gambit, so be ready for that. And then on Sunday, again, for Total Party Recap, as well as the rest of this crew Sunday morning for Honey Heist. So be ready. It's going to be so chaotic.
Coven is here for the week, bitches.
We are ready. We're gonna do it. But that is all I got. So let's bring it on over to Meg.
Oh, we're starting with me. Okay. Hi guys, I am Meg Mysteria. You can find me here on Twitch under that same handle. I'm doing just personal general survival horror game streaming. You can also find me on the Discord. You've seen me all over Twitter now, whether I like it or not. And I had a thought in my head and it ran away.
Mood.
But yeah, I will be back again for Honey Heist on Sunday with everybody here. And let's see, I think next week we'll be back for Singularity, which is the long-term heroes game that we are doing. And that's really
Nice.
fun. We have hero names now, guys. But
Nice.
that's it. Over to Sarah.
Hi, I'm Osirex Franco, and I played Cleo Thusa, the Beast, and it was phenomenal. If you like my face and the words I say, you can find me on Twitch and Twitter at Osirex Franco. As for stuff I have coming up, you can catch me over on Nat 20 in Roundhouse Godswallow on Thursday, where I play no shit taking kick-ass woman named Nora, who's an absolute delight. And then here on TPK Roleplay on Saturday, bright and early, we have Dark Echoes returning, which is very exciting. And then on Sunday, catch me back over at Nat 20 for the ongoing concurrent campaign of Morningstar and Company. The party just left Barovia. We're in the Abyss. Shit is weird, but also very good. And then gosh almighty, there's just a whole bunch of stuff after that, so we're just going to run through it really quick. We've got Sherlock on Monday, Harper's on Tuesday, Beyond the Tides at Nat 20 on Wednesday, back here for Roundhouse Whitebridge on Thursday, and then Saturday the 20th, we're going to kick off the morning with some Murder and Coffee, where we'll talk to Saint about acting in TTRPGs. And then that evening, we'll have the Bard's Refrain, which is the campaign that I GM. And I'm very excited because holy shit, y'all, we in it now. And I'm going to pass it to my right, to the one,
the only Luke-Lock.
Hi, I am Luke-Lock. I am a dungeon master, sometimes player, and also design coordinator for TPK Roleplay. I made this overlay. I will make more for you if you want. I also run Dark Echoes, our Curse of Strahd campaign, one of them, on Saturday mornings that Sarah plays in, and then we're going to be back for Honey Heist, and I'm in Sherlock, and then I run Harper's on Tuesday, and it's a whole thing, and then I play Bird and Bard's Refrain, and it's going to be wild, and I'm scared, and then I'm also running Killer Kobolds from Outer Space on the 22nd, and it's going to be amazing. I'm going to squish everyone in hilarious, delightful ways, and it's going to be wonderful. But yeah, I played Hecuba the Witch tonight, and it was wonderful.
That means it's my turn. I had to unmute myself. So my name's Chrissy. I played Mikkel, our wounded daughter. Yeah, you can find me all over the TPK Discord. You can find me in this week's Tyranny of Dragons, Queen's Gambit, with Sir Heck. I'm pointing in the wrong directions, and Nif, kind of. All right, it'll get there. And then you'll see me randomly on some very random Sherlock, some very random Harpers. I am joining the Two of Annihilation campaign coming up with Luke-Lock.
I forgot that one.
So I will be there with a whole bunch of awesome characters. Yeah, man. And then subscribe to our Patreon. You will see me running something that we call Vibe Check, which is basically just off-stream games where I set it up so none of our content creators have to do too much. They just show up and play some games. Just
We
a
just
little bit of a... Yeah, we just vibe.
Sometimes we roll checks. That's it.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's me, and that's where you'll find me. It's Niffer's turn. Go ahead, Niffer.
Hello, it's me. I'm Niffer. I'm at Niffer everywhere. I played Elsbeth Cross the Lantern Girl. And yeah, I'm the channel gremlin of TPK. I'm in all of modules week. So on Wednesday, you have Curse of Strahd, Darkest Night, Brightest Light. And on Thursday with Sir Heck and with Chrissy, we have Queen's Gambit, which is our Tyranny of Dragons. And on Friday, our Rime of the Frost Maiden, Cold Hands, Warm Hearts. On Sunday, obviously, I'll be back with these wonderful, wonderful people doing Honey Heist. And I also get to have the privilege of being a Jasper's Game Day ambassador for the wider TTRPG community, and that is a wonderful charity and fundraising effort for Jasper's Game Day, which is a organization about suicide awareness and prevention, and it is really dear to my heart, and especially in streams like this where it's all about safety and making sure that you are comfortable and safe where you are and supported. It really means a lot to be able to be around and supporting people like everyone. So yeah, y'all are the best.
Yes, thank you so much for sticking with us, everybody. But with that, there's a lot of makeup to take off. There's some sleep to be had. So let's wave bye to everybody. Goodbye.
Y'all are
everybody.
so great.
We love you,
Support the
chat.
Kickstarter, and we love
Support
you.
the Kickstarter.
Let's go.
Buy the
go
game,
to the
goddammit.
Kickstarter.
Yes. Love you all. Good night.
Love you.
Night.